Hey guys, tonight we're venturing back in time, not to a battlefield or a bustling medieval market, but straight into the cold, echoing heart of a medieval castle. Imagine it's twilight. You step through a creaking wooden gate into a vast courtyard. Somewhere, a torch flickers. The wind snakes through arrow slits. And as you shuffle down a corridor, stone underfoot and shadows dancing on the wall, it hits you. This place is freezing. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your current location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You live in a castle now. Congratulations. You're technically nobility. But don't celebrate too hard, because you're also about to experience what it's like to spend your life inside what is essentially a massive stone refrigerator. These castles weren't cozy fantasy mansions. They were fortresses, designed for defense, not comfort. The walls are thick. We're talking several feet thick. Great for keeping out invaders. Not so great for keeping out the cold. No insulation. No central heating. Just stone, damp air, and a lot of miserable mornings. If you're lucky, there's a fireplace in your room. If you're really lucky, it works. But even then, most of the heat vanishes straight up the chimney, taking your hopes of a warm night with it. Your bed, a wooden frame, mattress, straw stuffed in linen, sheets. If you're rich, maybe wool. If you're really rich, maybe linen and wool. Either way, it's scratchy and doesn't hold heat. Your breath fogs in the air, even indoors. You layer up tunic, surcoat, cloak, sometimes more cloaks. You're basically a walking laundry pile. And if you get up in the middle of the night, good luck. That stone floor is an icy betrayal underfoot, and there's no such thing as slippers. But hey, at least you're safe from the wind, right? Sort of. Castles are riddled with arrow slits and poorly sealed doors. Drafts swirl like ghosts through the hallways. You try to light a candle, and it flickers out from the breeze sneaking under the wooden beams. And oh, the moisture. Thick stone walls love to hold onto dampness. Condensation creeps in. Mold forms in corners. That chill you feel isn't just from the air. It's from the walls themselves, leaching warmth from your body like a slow, medieval vampire. Historians still argue whether the upper nobility actually suffered as much as their poorer counterparts, or whether they had enough wall tapestries and feather bedding to escape the worst of it. But even the best appointed chambers were chilly by modern standards. And tapestries? Yes. They're not just decorative. They're basically medieval insulation. You hang heavy woven fabric on your walls not for style, but to stop the breeze from tickling your spine while you try to sleep. Sometimes people slept in groups, not just for warmth, but also to conserve firewood, because keeping a fire going in multiple rooms all night wasn't practical. So your family, your attendants, your distant cousin visiting for the winter, they might all be snoring nearby. A giant, shivering sleepover. There's even evidence of noble families pulling their beds into great halls during winter, huddling near the one hearth large enough to matter. Privacy? That's a summer luxury. In winter, it's all about survival. And here's a fun little side note. The higher up in the tower your room was, the colder it got. You'd think going up means warmer, right? Not here. Hot air might rise, but in a drafty spiral stairwell with zero insulation. Your chamber up top just means more wind exposure and less access to the hearths below. So, yes, you live in a castle. But no, it's not glamorous. You're constantly cold. Your fingers are stiff. Your cloak smells like wet wool. And even your nose is considering quitting. You go to bed, wearing most of your daytime clothes, hoping the dog sleeps at your feet again to keep you warm. You stare at the ceiling, listening to the wind hum through gaps in the shutters, and think, maybe being a peasant wasn't that bad. You wake up needing to pee. It's still dark, and you know exactly what awaits. A chilly, undignified journey across freezing stone floors to one of the most underwhelming features of your noble estate, the garderobe. Ah, yes, the medieval toilet, or rather, the hole in the wall that wishes it were one. Forget flush toilets. There's no seat, no privacy, no scented candles or soft lighting. You make your way to a narrow stone recess, often built right into the castle wall, sticking out like a little turd balcony. If you're lucky, it's enclosed. If not, you're peeing with the moonlight on your cheeks and wind whistling through your exposed parts. The hole leads somewhere, usually a vertical chute that drops directly down into the moat or a cesspit, sometimes into a special night soil collection zone that some unfortunate soul, probably named Jeff, has to clean out weekly. Let's talk smell. That chute doesn't exactly come with a lid, so whatever you deposited yesterday is still lingering. Some garderobes had little vents to air out the space, but really, they just invited in the cold and accelerated the draft-to-butt ratio. Also, spiders. Don't think too hard about it. Now, if you're not within sprinting distance of the garderobe, and many weren't, you get a chamber pot. That's just a ceramic bowl you do your business in and leave under the bed. Your servant might empty it in the morning, or not. Depends on how much they like you. Here's the kicker. Some nobles used curtains to designate their bathroom corner in the bedchamber. So you're lying there, drifting off, and across the room, someone's lifting a curtain to relieve themselves. Sleep tight. Oh, and the contents of that moat your garderobe empties into? You know, the one outside your window? It's not just water. It's a swirling soup of waste, rain, dead rats, and the occasional shoe. So much for the romantic idea of strolling by the moonlit water. Historians still argue whether these sanitation systems were ingenious for their time or just very enthusiastic failures. Some castles even experimented with rudimentary flushing systems using buckets of water, but those were rare and often broke. For castle staff, the garderobe was more than just a bathroom. It was also a chore. Servants had to maintain these areas, clear blockages, and sometimes even dangle from ropes to scrub out cesspits. So, if you're wondering why your footman seems grumpy at breakfast, now you know. And speaking of breakfast, you might want to skip it after a night like that. Back in bed, trying to warm up again, you reflect on the humble, smelly truth. In a place built for grandeur and defense, personal hygiene and basic comfort ranked somewhere below. Keep the drawbridge functional. The sheer logistics of going to the bathroom in a castle are so frustrating. Some people used padded garments called hosen to delay the need. Yes, medieval adult diapers were sort of a thing. Not officially, of course, but let's just say Those layers had a lot of potential. And here's a bizarre little tidbit. Some garderobes were built with chutes positioned directly over high castle walls, an early warning system for invaders trying to scale them. Imagine being a soldier with a ladder and looking up at that surprise. As you drift off again, shivering under too many layers, you can't help but envy the foxes outside. At least they get to do their business in peace. Morning arrives, but not with birdsong or the cheerful clatter of breakfast. It greets you with a gray, flickering chill and the distant groan of someone attempting to stir life into a fireplace. Your stomach growls, time to eat, or time to endure what the castle kitchen has prepared. Now, castle food is a mixed bag, literally, because unless it's a feast day, and those are few and far between, you're probably eating a stew that's been simmering since Tuesday, maybe last Tuesday. The standard menu? Pottage, a lumpy, vaguely porridge-like mixture of whatever could be thrown into a single pot. Oats, onions, cabbage, turnips, and sometimes a mystery meat that might be pigeon, rabbit, or something that used to be those things. It's hot, sure. But comforting? Only if you grew up licking limestone. There's a fire in the Great Hall, but it doesn't make the food taste better. Everything is overcooked. Not in a fancy, slow-roasted kind of way. More like boiled until recognizable ingredients surrender. Texture isn't a concept in medieval cuisine. It's all beige mush, whether you're a noble or a cook's apprentice. And spices? Now we're talking currency. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, and cloves were imported from distant lands and cost a small fortune. So unless you're hosting a visiting duke, your meal will be aggressively bland. Still, food had its moments. If you're important enough, you might get a roasted joint of meat with your name on it, served by a sweating kitchen boy who's been turning the spit since dawn. But even the meat could be dubious. Refrigeration? Please. You'd better hope someone salted it properly. Or today's roast might be yesterday's regret. Some castles stored fish in barrels of brine, or fermented sauces so pungent they could stun a small boar. Fish sauce, especially garum-like brews, was a staple in elite kitchens. Historians still argue whether this was due to flavor preferences or just medieval masochism. As for table manners, they're slightly more evolved than you'd expect. People eat with their hands, but wash them before meals. Spoons are common. Forks are emerging in the upper class, but still viewed as a bit too foreign and suspicious. One chronicler even accused fork users of excessive vanity. And bread. Let's talk about that. If you're lucky, it's fresh and soft, but most of the time, it's coarse, heavy, and filled with leftover grain husks. Lower quality loaves might be so tough you could use them as doorstops. In fact, the bottom layer of bread, called the trencher, wasn't even meant to be eaten. It served as a plate, soaked up all your stew juice, and was often tossed to the dogs or given to the poor. Recycling, medieval style. Sometimes, the meal includes ale or watered-down wine. Water, despite being everywhere, isn't exactly the go-to beverage. It's often too risky to drink. So everyone's mildly tipsy, including the kids. Especially the kids. You finish your meal. You're full, but not necessarily satisfied. It's the kind of full where your tongue is confused and your stomach is suspicious. Still, food is food, and you're not going to complain out loud unless you want to be reassigned to moat cleaning duty. Again, there's one bright spot: feast days. When a noble throws a banquet, the food transforms: pies with intricate crusts, glazed birds posed in flight, sugar sculptures, even jelly molded into castles within the castle. It's a theater of abundance. But for now, your breakfast is oatmeal. Again, with maybe a single shriveled date thrown in for drama. And don't forget, you eat all this in a cold stone room. No cushions, long wooden tables, trenchers, no napkins, just your sleeve or your neighbor's dignity. You rise from the table, cheeks numb, still tasting onions. You wonder what's for lunch, and then immediately regret asking. You leave the hall, hoping to find a quiet place to digest your gray breakfast. But there's no such thing as alone in a medieval castle. And definitely no such thing as privacy. Because while you might be a noble, you're not a lone noble. You're a member of a household, and that means you're constantly surrounded by servants, by family, by courtiers, and by people who've never once heard the phrase personal space. Your bedchamber, not yours alone, sure. It might have your name on the door, if doors even had names. But your maid sleeps on a straw mat by the fireplace. Your valet has a cot in the corner, and there's a footman assigned to stand quietly in case you suddenly desire more pottage. Good luck sleeping through that symphony of snoring, mumbling, and the occasional muttered prayer. Remember, this isn't just about sleeping arrangements. This is your daily reality. You dress with help. You bathe, if at all, with assistance. You speak, and someone is probably hovering nearby, pretending not to eavesdrop, but absorbing every detail for castle gossip. And no, there's no such thing as a lock on your door. Privacy was largely a foreign concept. Medieval life was public, communal, and often extremely noisy. You weren't expected to be alone, and frankly, if you were, people assumed something was wrong. Even letters weren't private. Many were dictated aloud or read publicly. Your thoughts, your feelings, even your love poems were potentially group entertainment. Your diary, a luxury of later centuries. Historians still debate whether nobles resented this lack of space or simply accepted it as part of their station. Some suggest privacy was associated more with shame or suspicion than relaxation. After all, what do you have to hide? Still, you'd kill for a little alone time. And it gets worse at night. Sleeping next to other people isn't just awkward. It's risky. Lice, fleas, illnesses pass like gossip. If your neighbor starts coughing, you start planning your will. The Black Death didn't care how noble your lineage was. Beds were often shared, even among people who weren't romantically involved. It wasn't scandalous. It was practical. Large, curtained beds were a status symbol. Yes, but they were also insulation. 2 bodies trap more heat than one. That's science. That's survival. That's snuggle or suffer. And it's not just servants packed into chambers like medieval sardines. Visiting nobles, extended family members, and even random diplomats could be assigned temporary lodging right in your room. For months. Guest was a very generous, very dangerous word. Want to bathe in private? Not a chance. If you're lucky enough to have access to a tub, it's a big wooden barrel wheeled into your room and filled with buckets of heated water. Then someone helps you wash. Then someone else helps you dry. Then they all leave and talk about the mole you didn't know you had. Fun tidbit. Some people avoided bathing entirely because it was considered risky. They thought warm water opened your pores to disease. Better to stay dirty and sealed. Smelled like despair. But hey, at least no one caught the sniffles. At this point, you've probably stopped changing your clothes daily. That's normal. Most people had a handful of outfits, and outer layers were worn repeatedly without washing. Linen underclothes got the brunt of the sweat. If you're a servant, you might go weeks without a full change. So, you retreat to your personal chamber, where a page boy is lighting your candle, your maid is mending your socks, and someone just knocked to ask if they can store salted fish in your window alcove. No one knocks softly, no one leaves quickly, and no one seems to realize that maybe, just maybe, you'd like to be alone for 5 minutes to listen to the wind and contemplate whether life as a goose might have been less stressful. You curl up on your half-stuffed mattress, surrounded by company you didn't invite, and practice the one privacy you're allowed, pretending to sleep. You finally doze off, only to wake up with the sharp, undeniable awareness that something smells wrong. Not somebody forgot to take out the chamber pot wrong. More like the ceiling is made of smoke wrong. Because here's the thing. Fire, your only source of heat and light, is also the greatest threat to your existence in a castle. Medieval castles burned, often, and spectacularly. It's ironic. You live in a place built entirely of stone, yet you're constantly surrounded by things ready to ignite. Rafters, floors, stairs, furniture, all timber, tapestries, flammable, featherbeds, flammable, curtains. You guessed it. One stray ember, one knocked over torch, one sleepy servant fumbling with flint, and the entire upper floor could be a bonfire. And let's not forget, candles are everywhere. They're made of tallow, animal fat, which burns with a smell that lingers somewhere between scorched bacon and disappointment. They drip, they sputter, they fall over when you sneeze too hard. You move through the castle as carefully as you can, hoping no one's testing fate with a torch in one hand and a fur throw in the other. But fire safety isn't exactly a thing yet. No smoke detectors, no fire drills, just a lot of prayer and open flames. At night, some fires are banked, meaning covered with ash to smolder until morning. This keeps rooms from going completely cold, but also introduces the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sweet dreams. Historians still argue whether medieval castle fires were more frequent in kitchens or in sleeping chambers. Both had their hazards. Kitchens had giant open hearths with iron spits, cauldrons, and enough grease to deep fry a night. Bedrooms had fireplaces that weren't always properly vented and often burned long after everyone fell asleep. And let's not forget arson, because nothing says medieval politics like setting your rival's tower on fire. Whether it's during war, a peasant revolt, or a personal vendetta over poorly salted venison, flames were often the go-to revenge method. Some castles eventually wised up. They used stone vaults to separate floors and inserted fire breaks like stone walls between key rooms. But that came later. Your castle? Still rocking the kindling with banners aesthetic. You might think you're safe during the day, but kitchens never stop. Fires burn from dawn until long after dinner. Servants lug firewood up narrow stairs. Sparks drift into hay-stuffed rush mats used for flooring. Everything smells faintly of smoke and panic. Oh, and those rush mats? They're rarely cleaned. Layers build up over weeks, even months. Dropped food, shed hair, bits of bone, lice, fleas. It's like walking on compost that wants to burst into flame. Occasionally, a noble will employ a rush strewer to freshen things up. New herbs and grasses are tossed down to mask the odor. But unless they're tossing down buckets of water too, it's still a fire hazard. There's also the matter of light. If you think fire's scary during the day, try managing it in pitch-black hallways. You carry a candle, maybe a lantern. Your hand shakes. Wax drips. Shadows leap. You swear the stone itself is creaking. At one point, you consider going without light. Maybe you'll just feel your way through the dark like a blind mole and hope for the best. But then you trip on a servant who's asleep under a staircase. And now you're both bruised, confused, and debating whether the bump on your shin is cursed. Eventually, you accept the eternal medieval truth. You need fire, and fire might kill you. So you sit by the hearth, warming your hands while eyeing the sparks, wondering if tonight's the night the chimney decides to belch flames. Because even surrounded by stone, even protected by battlements and armed guards, your greatest threat might just be the candle on your bedside table. You'd think being a noble in a castle means excitement, drama, and perhaps the occasional dragon slaying. But most days, you're bored, deeply, soul-curdlingly bored. You've already walked the battlements 6 times this morning. The view hasn't changed. It's still gray hills, a muddy moat, and the suspiciously lumpy fields where the sheep used to be before someone's hound got overly enthusiastic. Entertainment is limited. There's no TV, no phone, no Wi-Fi to scroll mindlessly. Your best option is embroidery, which is less about creativity and more about stabbing a piece of cloth until something vaguely floral appears. If you're a man, perhaps you whittle, or pace, or glare at a chessboard so long the pieces start judging you. You might read, if you can read. Literacy's a bit of a toss-up in this era. Even among nobles, it's not guaranteed. And books? Rare. Handwritten. Heavily illustrated. Expensive. And often written in Latin. So unless you've got a monastic education or a strong guessing game, it's mostly decorative. So you talk. A lot. Gossip is currency. And everyone's a broker. Who fell off a horse? Who flirted with a stable boy? Who mysteriously slipped down the kitchen stairs after insulting the cook? You learn not just what happened, but who witnessed it, how drunk they were, and what color hose they were wearing at the time. If you're lucky, there's a minstrel visiting. They'll sing ballads about heroic deeds, tragic love, or geese with suspiciously human eyes. You sit, nodding to the rhythm, wondering if this is the 5th or 6th version you've heard of the same nightly duel with slightly rearranged names. Sometimes you go hawking. Sounds glamorous, right? But it's mostly standing around in the cold, wearing a thick glove, while a bird decides whether it even likes you today. If you're lucky, it brings back a mouse. If not, you lose a falcon and your dignity. Games exist. Board games like Nine Men's Morris or Fox and Geese. They're slow, strategic, and make chess look like speed dating. There are dice, sure, but gambling is frowned upon, especially if you keep losing to your aunt. Dancing is an option. too, at feasts or gatherings, but without modern hygiene or deodorant. It's more about navigating smells than rhythms. You sidestep both your partner and the lingering scent of last week's venison. Historians still argue whether the monotony of castle life caused long-term psychological effects, especially among women who had even fewer freedoms. Some found outlets in music or poetry. Others turned to religion, fasting, or rigorous prayer schedules. A few just leaned into melancholy and became the family's designated brooder. One notable escape was falconry manuals. Yes, manuals. For birds. They detailed care routines, temperament advice, and training tips in excruciating detail. Imagine spending your week reading about bird diets while your cousin jousts for fun. You may also be assigned tasks. Noble women often managed household inventories, counting linens, monitoring grain supplies, making sure someone didn't walk off with the good silver ewer again. Noble men might oversee estate matters, tenant disputes, repairs, taxes. It's like being a medieval landlord with extra velvet. Occasionally, a noble gets really into alchemy. That's a fancy way of saying they mix strange things in bottles hoping to find gold, or, at the very least, an explosive distraction. Their chambers often smell like sulfur and regret. So you pace, you count bricks, you talk to the cat, who, let's face it, has more personal space than you do. You sit by the window and wonder if today's the day someone writes a song about you. Instead of yet another epic about Sir Geoffrey the Goodenough, you dream of travel, of leaving the castle walls behind, of seeing a real city, or just a market with more than turnips and onions. You sigh, and then you return to your embroidery. All right? So you're bored stiff, but at least you're safe, right? Well, no, not even close. Because while the walls of your castle may be thick and your gates may be iron, there's a constant, nagging truth humming under daily life. War is never far away. If you're not actively in one, you're preparing for the next. And that means everything about your home. The turrets, the battlements, the arrow slits, the murder holes. Yes, they're real. Is there not to protect your peace, but to organize your panic? Let's say the neighboring lord's nephew insulted your cousin at last year's hunt, or someone failed to pay a dowry, or the king's mood shifted with the wind. Any of these could spark a siege. And suddenly, your home is a fortress under lockdown. You know those charming tapestries you were counting yesterday? Now they're firewood. Your feasts, replaced with dwindling stores of salted meat and bean mash. Your courtyard, crowded with animals, extra guards, and peasants from the nearby village begging for shelter. Sieges were long, grueling, and psychologically exhausting. You'd hear distant drums, the clang of metal, the thud of siege engines hammering your walls. And worse, silence, the kind where you know someone's planning something just beyond the tree line. You climb to the battlements to feel useful. You're handed a crossbow. It weighs more than your little cousin and smells like rust. You're not expected to shoot it, but you're expected to be seen holding it. Because morale is half the battle, and your terrified face is somehow a form of leadership. Down below, the defenders prepare boiling water, not oil. That's a Hollywood myth, and expensive. Hot water or heated sand gets dumped from the murder holes. Imagine storming a castle and getting a face full of medieval spa treatment. Meanwhile, inside, Water is rationed, so is ale, so is firewood. You try to eat less so everyone else gets a fair share. You try not to look at the horses. You really try not to look at the rats. They're both potential meals now. You sleep in armor. Not because it's comfortable, it's not, but because you might have to run or fight at a moment's notice. If you thought sleeping in wool was bad, try sleeping in steel. Historians still argue whether nobles genuinely took part in defending the walls or just performed symbolic roles while trained men-at-arms did the work. But one thing's clear. Everyone felt the pressure. There's also disease to consider. Sieges trap people together in cold, damp quarters with dwindling food and no sanitation. Dysentery, typhus, and plain old infections spread like rumors. A lot of people died without a single arrow being fired. Sometimes sieges ended with surrender, sometimes with bribery, sometimes, after months of waiting, the attackers just got bored or hungry and left. And occasionally, they breached the walls. That's when the real nightmare begins. Because once the enemy's inside, it's chaos, screaming, smoke, fires in the stables, shouting in languages you don't understand. You grab what you can, run for the cellars or chapel, and hope your family's name is still worth something. Or you hide behind the arras and pray they don't check twice. But let's rewind. Right now, no one's attacking. Yet. But the mere possibility has transformed your daily life into a stage of defensive rituals, inspections, drills, making sure the drawbridge chains aren't rusted and the portcullis still works. Every creak, every shout, every thunderstorm sounds like it could be the start of a siege. And that tension, it never really leaves, even during a feast, even in your prayers, even while counting bricks during another dull morning. You live in a castle. You are very much at war. Even when peace pretends to visit, you've managed to avoid being set on fire or boiled in your own moat. Well done. But now you face a new medieval nightmare. Guests. Not the friendly, drop by for a cup of ale kind. No. These are noble guests, important ones. The kind who arrive with 6 wagons, 30 servants, 4 dogs, and a musical troupe. And then announce with a sigh, we'll stay the season. That's not a weekend. That's months. Hospitality in the Middle Ages was not optional. It was a sacred duty, especially among nobles. Turning away a guest, even a pompous cousin with poor table manners and suspicious breath, could be seen as a political insult. So you smile, you bow, and inside you scream. You're now playing host, which means offering up your best rooms. Often, your own room. You get demoted to the slightly less drafty chamber, while Lord What's-His-Name lounges on your bed, talking about how the tapestries remind him of his third estate. Feeding them becomes a logistical puzzle. More mouths mean more food, more wine, more servants, more everything. The kitchen shifts into full crisis mode. Chickens disappear from the yard. The ale barrels develop slow leaks. The pantry suddenly echoes. You're expected to entertain them, too. Every day. That means music, games, maybe even a falconing trip if the weather holds. And let's not forget long, tedious conversations about court politics, inheritance drama, or who offended whom during last winter's hunt. Riveting stuff. Historians still debate how much strain these visits placed on a castle's resources. Some argue it fostered alliances, Others believe it was glorified looting. Whatever the truth, one thing is clear. If your guests brought their own minstrels, you're probably in for lute solos until sunrise. The real challenge, though, is subtle diplomacy. Guests observe everything. How clean the linens are, how warm the stew is, whether the steward bows deeply enough. A single misstep could be gossiped about across 4 counties by week's end. And guests don't travel alone. They bring entourages. So for every noble visitor, you're also dealing with a battalion of attendants, each one needing food, lodging, and ample space to judge your interior design choices. Your servants are overworked. Tempers fray. Someone knocks over a candle in the buttery. You begin calculating just how hard you'd have to cough to fake a plague and clear the castle for a week. It's not just nobles who visit, either. Clergy, knights, merchants, distant relations. You name it, they'll show up, often unannounced, because castles were hubs of regional life. And since inns were rare and suspiciously lice-filled, travelers relied on noble households to offer rest. You know those movies where castle life looks elegant and serene? They never show what happens when 3 separate noble families show up on the same afternoon. Each assuming they're your favorite, chaos ensues. Seating charts become war zones. Old grudges resurface. Someone accuses someone else of stealing a jeweled pin from the guest hall. You, meanwhile, are trying to calculate whether you can hide in the pigeon tower without being noticed. And here's the kicker. Once guests are in, it's very difficult to get them out. There's no polite medieval way of saying, "I think you've overstayed your welcome." You just keep feeding them weaker wine and hoping they take the hint. Sometimes, if you're lucky, a traveling merchant will pass by with exotic spices or silks. The guests will empty their purses in a frenzy of impulse buys and then decide to move on. But more often, they stay. They linger. They start using your bathtub. There are stories, quiet ones, of castles accidentally forgetting to restock certain supplies just to nudge guests along. No more sweetmeats? Oh dear. Guess you'll have to find another castle with better figs. So now you know. Castle life doesn't just mean defending your home from siege. It means surviving the extended visit of someone who thinks talking about his falcon's lineage is dinner conversation. And as your third cousin's lute player warms up for another hour-long ballad, you begin to question everything. War, you think, might have been simpler. Just when you think you've adjusted to the eternal noise of guests and groaning floorboards, a new layer of chaos dawns on you. Castle life is loud, like really loud. You might have pictured a peaceful, echoing hall with birdsong outside and a crackling hearth within. Romantic. Yes. Accurate? Not even close. Every hour of the day, something is clanging, shouting, barking, or collapsing. From the moment the rooster screams to the time the last candle gutters out, your ears are under siege. The blacksmith's forge starts early. You know it's working because you hear a rhythmic metallic clang-clang thud, followed by a hiss of steam and some very creative cursing. He's repairing a horseshoe or a gate hinge, or possibly just hitting things to make sure everyone knows he's awake. Down the corridor, the kitchen erupts, pots clang, knives thud. The cook shouts instructions over the roar of the fire. 2 scullery boys are arguing about turnips. One spills something that may have once been soup. A dog joins the scene, barking with purpose, though no one's sure whose dog it is anymore. Meanwhile, the great hall is full of people, not lounging nobles in velvet, more like servants, clerks, messengers, and a pigeon who got in through the rafters and refuses to leave. There's the scrape of wooden chairs, the groan of door hinges, the squawk of disgruntled geese in the courtyard, and children. Always children, noble or servant. They're shrieking, tumbling downstairs, flinging apples at each other, and narrowly avoiding lawsuits. You try to find a quiet corner, only to discover someone practicing the recorder. Badly. Castles amplify sound. Stone walls reflect every footstep, every echo, every insult muttered under breath. There are no carpets to absorb the racket, just flags, boots, and those endlessly rattling rushes underfoot. At night, it doesn't stop. The guards change shifts with a dramatic stomp. Dogs bark at the wind. Owls hoot like they're trying out for a solo. Somewhere, a drunk page sings a love song to the wrong window. That window, by the way, belongs to the steward's wife. Historians still debate how much of this noise people noticed, or whether it was simply the background hum of medieval life. Some sources suggest that the constant din was one reason nobles fled to country estates or monasteries, just to hear themselves think. Then there's the bells, big ones, little ones, bells for prayers, for meals, for curfews, for mass, for incoming visitors, for fires, for meetings, for declarations. You start to flinch every time one tolls, because it always means more work. And if you happen to be near the armory when knights are preparing to leave, say goodbye to your hearing. The clank of chainmail, the grunt of horses, the creak of saddles. It's like living next to a medieval construction site. Even nature contributes. The wind whistles through arrow slits with a pitch that could summon banshees. Rain hammers the slate roofs. Thunder echoes so sharply, you half expect God himself to lean in and ask if you're awake yet. Sometimes, you try stuffing bits of cloth in your ears. It works. For a minute. Until the rooster starts again, or someone drops a goblet, or your neighbor begins rehearsing his court case aloud. For the third time this week, sleep becomes more of a gamble than a guarantee. You drift off, only to be jolted awake by the clang of a drawbridge chain, or the distant scream of someone discovering a bat in the pantry. Again, you start daydreaming about silence. You fantasize about soft footsteps, whispering breezes, maybe even the gentle tick of a clock. If only they'd been invented yet. But for now, you live in a castle, and that means every sneeze echoes like a trumpet. Every footstep sounds like thunder, and peace, that sweet, golden silence, is just another myth scribbled in a monk's dusty scroll. You're lying awake. Again. When you hear someone crying softly a few rooms over, it's muffled, respectful, but unmistakable. You already know what it means. Someone's gone into labor. And in a medieval castle, that's no small event. Because childbirth, in this world, is not just dangerous. It's heroic, terrifying, and painfully public. You roll over and whisper a silent wish for the poor woman. Maybe it's the steward's wife, or a kitchen maid, or a noble cousin visiting for the season. Whoever it is, she's now at the center of a very risky gamble. Even noble women, surrounded by attendants, herbs, prayers, and embroidered bedclothes, face daunting odds. No amount of silk sheets or carved cradles can guarantee a safe delivery. You've heard the stories. Everyone has. There's no doctor in shining armor. Instead, there's the midwife, a mixture of healer, herbalist, and local legend. She arrives with her bundle of tools, oils, linens, blunt knives, bundles of dried flowers, and a look of eternal worry. She's helped with dozens of births, maybe hundreds, and she still winces at every cry. Meanwhile, the chamber is transformed. Tapestries are drawn over windows. Candles are lit. Doors are barred to men. The birthing chair, a strange, legless contraption with handles and a hole, might be brought out. If not, the woman will squat, or be held up by two strong servants, and you, if you're nearby, will listen. Because sound travels, remember? And these walls tell no secrets. Pain. It fills the air like incense. Shouts, prayers, the clatter of water basins, the creak of the floorboards as more women arrive. Someone starts a whispered rosary. Someone else vomits from the stress. Historians still argue whether noble women were better off than peasant women during childbirth. On the one hand, they had better food, rest, and access to midwives. On the other, they were expected to produce heirs constantly, regardless of the toll on their bodies. For some, every birth was a battlefield. If the baby comes quickly, there's a collective sigh of relief. If it drags on, people start preparing for the worst. Church bells might be rung, a priest summoned, holy relics placed at the head of the bed. Everyone knows what's at stake. Sometimes, both mother and child survive. Sometimes, neither does, and sometimes, one lives while the other does not. And the silence afterward is more deafening than the screams. You might hear that the baby is a boy. Cheers. Toasts. The cook pulls out a preserved quince to celebrate. Or it's a girl, and the mood, though still warm, quiets a bit. Inheritance laws are harsh. Daughters are precious, but sons are currency. Later, the baby is baptized quickly, often within hours, because life is fragile here, and souls must be protected. If the child is noble, there might be a naming ceremony. If the mother is noble, she gets lying in time, a few weeks to rest and recover, assuming there are no infections, fevers, or postpartum mysteries that medieval medicine can't explain, which is most of them. There are customs, too. Amulets tied to the cradle, charms against the evil eye, whispers of changelings and spirits. Even the most rational lord secretly clutches a talisman, just in case. And if you're a woman, you know your turn may come. If it hasn't already, it hangs over you like a shadow, an expectation wrapped in lace and fear. You smile through it. You plan names. You fold baby clothes with a hopeful hand. But you always know what's at stake. Men pretend not to listen, but they do. Every lord has buried at least one wife, one daughter, one servant lost to childbirth. They drink. They pray. They avoid the birthing chamber like it's cursed. But they always pause near the door. So tonight, you lie still, counting contractions by sound. You picture the woman's hands clenched, the sweat on her brow, the flutter of life just beginning, or maybe ending. And you realize, with a quiet, tired ache, even in the richest castle, life comes into this world the hard way. As dawn creeps through the frost-covered windows, you drag yourself out of bed, only to confront another cruel truth of castle life. Your outfit might be worth more than your horse, but it's about as comfortable as sleeping in chainmail. Clothing in a medieval castle isn't just about warmth or modesty. It's a declaration of status, of wealth, of who's important and who's very much not. And it usually comes with a side of discomfort and about 4 too many layers. You start with a linen shift or chemise. It's the only thing that actually touches your skin. The good news? Linen breathes. The bad news? It still hasn't dried from yesterday's snowmelt, and the collar smells faintly of mutton. Next, the wool. Always the wool. Undergarments, stockings, tunics, gowns, layered like a medieval lasagna. Soft wool if you're lucky. Scratchy coarse stuff if you're not. And it's heavy. So heavy. Like someone draped a damp rug over your dreams. Then come the fastenings. You don't just slip into a medieval outfit. You lace, you tie, you belt, you pin. A servant tightens your bodice so snug your ribs consider early retirement. Your hose are held up with garters that haven't seen elasticity since Rome. Buttons, if you have them, they're ornamental. Real clothes rely on cords that somehow always tangle behind your back. And shoes. Let's not pretend medieval shoes are built for support. They're made of stiff leather, thin soles, no tread. They're decorative foot coffins, good for approximately 3 puddles and 1 unfortunate cobblestone before you start limping. Also, no left or right foot. Just 2 identical shapes. It's fashion roulette. Every morning. And don't think you get to choose what to wear. Fashion in the castle is dictated by a mix of social expectations and seasonal temperature swings. Wearing something too simple makes people whisper. Wearing something too fancy makes them really whisper. Historians still argue whether these layers were genuinely practical or just deeply entrenched in status signaling. Probably both. If you're noble, you have fabrics imported from Italy. If you're not, it's wool. Wool. And a scarf stolen from your cousin. Now, imagine trying to use the garderobe in all this. You fumble with your many layers, crouching over a frigid hole. Your sleeves threatening to dip into danger. It's a daily dance of coordination and prayer. Accessories offer no relief. Hats are stiff, often tall, sometimes ridiculous. Belts are decorative and slightly useful if you need something to hang your dagger from. Cloaks are warm, yes, but they also drag through puddles and small dogs if you're not careful. And for women, the struggle intensifies. Corset-like bodices, wimples, veils, lacing that requires 2 maids and a ladder, long sleeves that sweep through everything. You can't even write a letter without risking inkwell immersion. Men don't have it much easier. Their doublets are padded like someone's preparing for battle with a goose. Hose are tight enough to reveal what they had for breakfast. And some even wear those pointy shoes called poulaines. So long and curled, they have to be tied to the knees to prevent tripping. But here's the kicker. You can't just take it off. Your identity is in your outfit. Rank, wealth, family, all encoded in color, fabric, and how many fur-lined edges you're flaunting. Blue dyes are expensive. Purple, practically regal. So even if you're sweating like a roast hog, you suffer in silence. And don't forget laundry. You don't wash outer garments often. Water is precious. Soap is rare. Cleaning is done sparingly, with sand, urine, or lye soap that removes both stains and your hopes. So you scratch, you swelter, and you adjust the lace around your throat for the 7th time before lunch. Because while your life may be cold, dirty, and filled with screaming poultry, you still have to look fabulous while enduring it. It's been a few peaceful days. No guests, no sieges, no mysterious howling from the chapel tower. Just you, your wool tunic, and a faint sense of calm. Naturally, it doesn't last. Because just when you start thinking, hey, I might actually nap today, the steward bursts in with news. The peasants are revolting. Again, yes, out beyond the castle walls. The people who grow your food, chop your firewood, and occasionally name their children after you are now brandishing pitchforks and muttering about fair taxes and eating more than onions. You shouldn't be surprised. Castle life is built on the labor of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of villagers. They farm, bake, shear, and harvest. And in return, they get protection, vague promises, and the occasional feast day with watered-down ale. But when harvests fail, or taxes rise, or someone in the Lord's household accidentally tramples a cow during a hunting party, unrest brews. And when unrest brews, torches follow. You rush to the battlements. Below, a small group of peasants is gathering. It's not a mob, not yet, but it has that quiet hum of angry organization. You recognize old Garrett at the front. Last year he gave you a goose. This year, he's waving a rake like it's a banner of justice. Your guards ready their weapons. You're told to remain calm, but you know what comes next. Negotiation, appeasement, or confrontation. Sometimes, nobles send bread. Sometimes, they send arrows. Historians still argue whether these revolts were truly dangerous or more performative. A way for peasants to vent and remind the nobility they're not invisible. But the fear is real. Every lord remembers the tale of a distant cousin who underestimated a village uprising and ended up locked in his own wine cellar. The castle goes into quiet lockdown. Extra guards at the gate. Horses hidden in the inner stables. You're told not to worry, but everyone's voice is half an octave higher than usual. At dinner, no one mentions the shouting beyond the walls, but every ear is tilted that way. And here's the awkward part. Sometimes the peasants have a point. You've seen the tax ledgers. You've tasted the venison feasts while they chew turnip soup. You know the steward misplaced 3 sacks of barley and blamed rats the size of donkeys. You try to make it better. Maybe send down an extra ox. Promise a new well. Arrange for a priest to offer blessings instead of more sermons. But goodwill doesn't repair a broken thatch roof or a winter with no firewood. Occasionally, the rebellion gets clever. Someone sneaks into the castle, posing as a delivery boy, and starts scribbling messages on the walls. Fewer taxes, more bread. We sweat. You feast. Your cloak is ugly. That last one stings more than it should. Peasants sometimes take to the forests. You hear whispers of outlaw bands. Former farmers turned rebels, stealing sheep, burning outposts, making life very inconvenient for tax collectors. A few even get romanticized, Robin Hood types. But most are hunted like game. And so, you retreat further into the castle. You walk its echoing halls with new unease, passing suits of armor you're not sure anyone remembers how to use. You try to study estate maps, looking for areas you could improve. But really, you're just trying to figure out how much longer this system can wobble along without toppling entirely. You try to sleep, but your dreams are filled with angry voices and torches at the gates. You remind yourself you live in a castle. You are safe until the drawbridge breaks, or the guards get hungry, or someone inside decides they agree with the voices outside. Because the truth is, stone walls don't just keep people out. Sometimes they trap the reality in. You wake to a familiar, slightly humiliating routine: scratching. Not because you're allergic to anything, but because your entire body feels like it's hosting a banquet for fleas. Welcome back to the unglamorous world of medieval hygiene, where even the most luxurious castle is a breeding ground for lice, mites, and other uninvited guests. There are no hot showers, no soaps that smell like lavender fields. Bathing, while not entirely rare, is complicated, labor-intensive, and often viewed with suspicion. Many believe that soaking too long in warm water can open the pores to illness, or, worse, sinful temptation. So most folks settle for the medieval version of a wet wipe: a damp cloth behind the ears and a quick brush of the teeth with crushed mint or sage as you throw on yesterday's tunic. Because laundry day was last week and involved lye, boiling water, and a scolding from the washerwoman. You feel that telltale itch along the back of your neck. Your maid catches you scratching and immediately goes to fetch vinegar and a fine-toothed comb. You sigh. Let's talk about laundry. It's possible, but not easy. Linens get washed. Eventually, outer garments, not so much. They're brushed down, maybe sprinkled with perfume or lavender sachets. That's it. As for bedding, the straw in your mattress is replaced a few times a year. Maybe. You don't want to know what lives in it by autumn. You may own a comb, but unless someone delouses you regularly, it's basically decorative. Head lice are so common that some noble families had nitpicking servants. Literally, that's someone's job. Good morning, my lady. Shall I inspect your scalp today? And under all your layers of wool and linen, you're sweating. Constantly. Castles might be cold, but wool doesn't breathe well. And let's not forget those summer months when the stone walls trap heat like a pizza oven. You peel off your cloak at night and discover you've sweated through 2 layers and possibly aged a year. Foot odor? Medieval shoes aren't exactly orthopedic. You spend hours in stiff leather, wading through mud, refuse, and horse residue. Scented foot powder exists, but only for the very rich. Everyone else just hopes their shoes absorb the shame. Historians still argue how often nobles bathed. Some point to records of perfumed baths and imported soaps from Aleppo or Castile. Others argue these were reserved for special occasions, and the average lord still smelled like damp wool and regret. There are public bathhouses in towns. Yes, but they're often viewed with suspicion, partly because of their reputation as places of moral flexibility. In castles, private baths are a luxury. A wooden tub filled 1 bucket at a time, then dragged into a chamber near the hearth. And sharing is common. Water is precious. Heating it is laborious. And so several people might bathe in the same tub, one after another. You just hope you're first in line. To help with body odor, people wear amulets of herbs, or carry pomanders, little metal or wooden orbs filled with fragrant items like cloves, cinnamon, or dried rose petals. It doesn't fix the problem, but it might disguise it for 10 blessed minutes. Your hair? Oiled with animal fat or lye soap? styled elaborately if you're noble, covered with a coif or wimple if you're a woman, or a fashionable cap if you're a man. Either way, it's more decoration than cleanliness. And let's not forget the bugs. Not just fleas and lice, bed bugs too. Crawling in the rushes, living in the wooden bed frames, hiding in seams. You scratch, you sigh. You swap your cloak for one that might have fewer residents, and when illness hits, and it will, it spreads fast. Dirty hands, shared goblets, poor sanitation. No one knows about germs, only bad humors and curses. So you chew herbs, tie ribbons around your wrist, and hope the next fever isn't the fever. You close your eyes, scratch again, and wonder if it's possible to get a rash from thinking too hard. Welcome to castle life. You may look like royalty, but underneath those fur-lined sleeves, you're just one itchy noble in a very scratchy world. You're halfway through your bland midday meal, gnawing on what might be yesterday's goose leg or just a cleverly disguised turnip, when a muffled crash echoes from the courtyard. Another barrel dropped, no doubt. You barely react. But the real surprise comes an hour later when word reaches the hall. Some villagers have taken refuge inside the castle walls again. Another roving band of outlaws has been spotted in the forest. Which means, once again, you're sleeping with one eye open, because while castles were built to keep things out, you sometimes forget that the greatest threat can still come from within. From a poorly secured gate, a bribed guard, or worse, someone who lives here deciding they've had enough. A whisper starts circulating through the staff. Something about missing silver goblets. A note found near the buttery. The steward goes pale. You start to wonder if your stable hand, the one who always whistles off key, is really that loyal. Welcome to the ever-present fear of betrayal. Not that you can blame them. Life outside the castle is bleak. Fields flood. Wolves pick off sheep. Taxes rise. Rations drop. And here you are, noble, clean-ish, clothed in multiple layers of privilege. If you were a peasant, you'd probably consider storming the gates, too. Inside, things aren't much better. Everyone's tense. The guard captain is doing random inspections. Servants are watched more closely. Suddenly, your favorite kitchen maid isn't allowed to serve you directly, just in case she's slipping something into the stew. You hate it. You hate that you can't trust the people who dress you, feed you, clean your linens. But this is the reality of castle life. The walls protect you from armies, but not always from the people who help you put on your hose. Historians still debate how frequent such betrayals were. Some say disloyalty was rare, an act of desperation. Others argue that castle revolts, poisonings, and stealthy uprisings were far more common than we care to admit. You know the stories. The noble poisoned by his cupbearer, the lady's maid who opened the gate for her outlaw lover, the squire who, accidentally, left a door unbarred during a siege. None of it feels far-fetched anymore. Suddenly, everyone's behavior takes on new meaning. The steward's sideways glance, the falconer's long absences, even your cousin, who's been unusually helpful lately. Paranoia creeps in like a draft through the garderobe chute. To restore control, you hold a meeting, reassert rules, praise loyalty, distribute extra bread rations, just enough to suggest generosity, not weakness. The cook rolls her eyes. but the footman nods solemnly. Even still, you sleep with a dagger near your bed, not because you expect a fight, but because you might expect one. You've started eyeing the trapdoor in the pantry that leads to the cellar tunnel. Not many people know about it. You hope. It's not all drama and cloak and dagger, of course. Sometimes, the threat turns out to be nothing, just gossip, a rat knocking over a bucket, or a bored guard with a flair for storytelling. But that doesn't stop your imagination from writing its own script every time the wind slams a shutter. You wonder, is this what power feels like? Not freedom, but constant suspicion. Not luxury, but a layered awareness of everything that could go wrong if the people around you simply change their minds. You miss the days when your biggest concern was itchy hose or sour ale. Now, even your dreams feel political. Because in a castle, you don't just rule with banners and bloodlines. You rule with vigilance, with whispers, with the quiet, exhausting art of keeping everyone happy enough not to open the wrong door at the wrong time. By now, you've adapted, more or less. You've learned how to sleep through barking dogs, how to eat around the gristle, how to subtly scratch flea bites without looking unseemly. You've trained yourself to walk softly on creaking floors and to interpret the complex politics of who sits where at dinner. You know which tapestries block the worst drafts. You even know the difference between Fox in the Henhouse, panic, and someone spilled stew again, panic. But no matter how many castle routines you master, one truth lingers. No one, not even the wealthiest noble, sleeps well in a medieval castle. Let's take tonight. For example, your chamber is dark, save for a sputtering candle and the red glow from a half-hearted hearth. The wind howls past the arrow slits like some lonely spirit testing for loose shutters. The mattress is lumpy. The wool blanket weighs as much as a hay bale, and your breath still fogs the air. A mouse is chewing something in the corner, possibly your shoe. You're too tired to care. You close your eyes. The pillow shifts. It's stuffed with straw, and every turn sounds like a barn rustling. You try to sleep anyway, because dawn comes early and no one excuses you from your duties just because you were up all night listening to the bats argue in the rafters. Then there's the noise. Always noise. Someone walking the hall in heavy boots. A door creaks somewhere in the distance. A baby starts crying. A new arrival, born last week. There's also a muffled cough from the next chamber. It repeats. You try not to think about plague. Even when it's quiet, your mind won't let you rest. You replay conversations from the day. You worry about the grain stores. You wonder if the moat will freeze over again and whether it matters. Your cousin mentioned a letter from court. Your steward seemed off. And why did the falcon look at you that way? Historians still debate what sleep cycles looked like in the Middle Ages. Some say people slept in two distinct phases: first sleep and second sleep, with a wakeful hour in the middle of the night for prayers, or reflection, or pacing. You're living proof this might be true. You've become an expert at staring at beams in the ceiling and wondering if they creak more before collapsing. Even your bed isn't really yours. You share the room. Remember? A valet snores near the hearth. Someone's huddled under a pile of old tapestries. You don't mind them. Not really. But tonight, someone ate garlic, and it's doing laps around the chamber like an invisible curse. You flip your pillow. Cold again. That's something. You breathe deep. Try to relax. Try to remember something pleasant. A summer festival, perhaps. Or that one meal 3 winters ago that was actually seasoned. Then finally, you begin to drift. The cold still bites, and the wind still whispers. But your body gives in. Your mind floats. And in that rare moment of stillness, when the candle finally gutters out and no one is yelling about a loose pig in the pantry, you find something that almost resembles peace. Not luxury, not silence, but the weary calm of someone who has survived another day in the drafty, chaotic, strangely majestic prison that is a medieval castle. You fall asleep knowing that tomorrow, the same chaos will greet you again. And yet, somehow, you're okay with that. Because even in a place filled with barking hounds, icy chamber pots, and passive-aggressive troubadours, you've carved out a rhythm. You've adapted. You've endured. And now, you sleep. Let your breathing slow. The castle fades, stone by stone, into soft shadow. The cold slips away, as if even the wind has grown tired. That flickering torchlight behind your eyes dims to a steady glow, then vanishes. The footsteps in the hall become distant waves, washing gently against the shore of sleep. Outside, the moon drapes its silver light across quiet battlements. The guards lean on their spears. The geese have finally hushed. Even the rats pause for a moment of silence, and you, warm, still, safe beneath the weight of wool and time, can let go of the lumpy mattress, the creaking timbers, the endless noise. You did enough today. You survived the cold, the chamber pot, the gossip, the garlic. You endured the boredom, the noise, the shadows. You found your footing in a world that never stops shifting beneath you. Let that world slip away now. Let your muscles soften. Let your thoughts unravel like thread from a spindle. You are no longer in the castle. You're nowhere and everywhere, floating between stone and sky, where no walls confine you and no tapestries hold secrets. Sleep now. Let the fire go out. Let the world rest. Let the story pause. You'll wake up soon enough. But not yet. Not for a while. Not until you've truly drifted. Far, far away. How medieval farmers grew. More food with less work. Hey guys. Tonight, we're heading out to the countryside. No knights in shining armor. No court intrigue. Just you and a wide patch of slightly muddy earth under a slate-colored sky. There's a chill in the air, and somewhere in the distance, a rooster is already yelling about something. You're a medieval farmer now. You've got a patch of land, a wooden hoe, and a whole lot of back pain coming your way. The thing is, most people wouldn't last a week out here. Forget sword fights and dragons. Just surviving a farming season without freezing, starving, or being chased by your neighbor's goat takes serious skill. You work with the weather, not against it. And that means mud-soaked boots, calloused hands, and a calendar that smells faintly of manure. You begin, quite literally, from scratch. Imagine a rough field, part overgrown meadow, part lumpy nightmare. Your job? Turn this tangled plot into something that can grow enough grain to keep you and your family alive through winter. There's no tractor, no GPS-guided seeder, just you, your neighbors, and a few half-rusted tools passed down from an uncle who swore they worked better when you talked to them. The first challenge, clearing. Trees come down, Roots are hacked at, and stones, so many stones, are pried out of the ground, one back-breaking lump at a time. Every field begins life as a battlefield. Some farmers even name the bigger rocks, just to curse them properly. Then comes plowing. If you're lucky, you have access to a plowshare, often made of wood and iron, pulled by a team of oxen. No oxen? Congratulations. You are the ox. You push. You dig. You mutter dark things under your breath, while the village priest walks by, pretending not to hear you. Your goal is to break the soil open, turn it, and expose the rich underlayer. The more you do this, the easier it becomes over time. Kind of like making friends with a stubborn cat. Slowly, the field starts to change. It has rows now, furrows, shape. Farming wasn't just toil. It was also deeply communal. In many villages, you're not working alone. Fields are often shared in strips among families. You and your neighbors plow, sow, and harvest side by side, arguing about everything from planting depth to who stepped on whose goose last week. And there's a rhythm to it. The land dictates your schedule. Rain, frost, sun, it all matters. You learn to read the signs, how soft the mud feels under your heel, what the wind smells like, whether the crows are unusually quiet. Historians still argue whether the average medieval farmer was just surviving or genuinely mastering their environment. What's clear is that farming was incredibly adaptive. People learned from mistakes, passed down tricks, and made changes slowly but surely, trading brute force for smarter effort wherever they could. Take the soil, for instance. You know which patches drain well, which ones stay damp, and where the frost bites earliest. You choose crops accordingly. Barley in the drier bits, oats where the clay holds more moisture, maybe a bit of rye for insurance. And you don't plant just one thing. Diversity is key. You keep some vegetables closer to the cottage, along with herbs, leeks, and maybe a few stubborn beans. It's your own little insurance policy against famine. Sometimes, the village decides to open a new field. A sarting, they call it, cutting forest, claiming wild land, and putting it to work. You join in, axe in hand, knowing full well that for the next few years, this new field will be moody, unpredictable, and possibly haunted. But it's yours now. One muddy step at a time. You look over your work as the sun lowers behind a hill, casting gold across furrows that weren't there yesterday. You're sore. You smell faintly of turnips, and your feet have developed a permanent squelch. But you did something. You took wilderness and made it whisper, maybe. It's a start. You wake up before the rooster. Again. Not because you're eager, but because your shoulder still remembers yesterday's plowing and refuses to let you sleep past dawn. You groan, stretch, and squint into the early light, knowing it's time to check on your beloved, your field. But today's not just any day. It's time to rotate the crops. You head out with a handful of seed and a head full of habit, walking the edge of your land, eyes scanning the soil. You're not guessing out here. You're practicing something close to magic, or at least that's what it feels like. The 3-field system. Here's the trick. Instead of planting the same crop in the same place year after year until the soil gives up in despair, you divide your land into thirds. 1/3 gets wheat or barley, your big energy crop. The second third gets something like legumes or oats, lighter on the soil, but still useful. And the final third, that gets a break. You leave it fallow. No planting, no plowing, just grass, weeds, and maybe the occasional sheep nibbling whatever dares to grow. It sounds lazy. It's actually genius, because soil is like you. It needs rest. Push it too hard, too long, and it loses all the good stuff. Nutrients, structure, hope. But let it rest for a season, and it bounces back. Greener, richer, ready to grow something worth chewing. And the cool part? Every year, you rotate. Field A becomes fallow. Field B takes the grains. Field C gets the peas or oats. Rinse. Repeat. And suddenly you've got better yields, fewer weeds, and a lot less cursing come harvest. Historians still argue whether this system started in the early Middle Ages or developed gradually from older Roman methods. What we know is that by the 9th century, it was spreading across Europe like warm butter on barley bread, quietly, efficiently, and without anyone filing a patent. It changes everything. Yields improve, which means less time spent coaxing sad sprouts out of exhausted dirt. It also means more food, more storage, and less dependency on whether this year's wheat decides to rot or riot. There's another perk: better diet. When your rotation includes legumes, peas, beans, lentils, you're not just feeding the soil. You're feeding your body something besides bread and prayer. More protein, more energy, fewer dreams about sausage. And the timing of it all? It's deeply rhythmic. Sowing happens in the fall for grains. Then again, in the spring for lighter crops. The fallow fields hum quietly in the background, sometimes sprouting wildflowers or becoming impromptu goat playgrounds. They're not forgotten. They're just waiting. You walk your plots, running a hand through the emerging shoots, noting where the soil's clumpy or where birds have clearly hosted a buffet. You make mental notes. That corner might need extra manure. This edge floods too easily. Farming is watching, listening, adjusting. And community helps. Your neighbors are rotating too. There's a system to who gets which third this year, usually settled at the village moot or over ale. Sometimes it leads to arguments. Merrick swears his third was rockier than yours last year, and he wants compensation in cheese. But mostly, it works, because the land is shared, not owned, the way we think of it today. You have rights to farm it, tied to your labor and your role in the village. You're not planting in a vacuum. You're part of a living patchwork quilt, each square stitched with calluses and compromises. Even the lords get involved, sort of. They want high yields, after all. More crops mean more taxes, more tithes, more trade. But the day-to-day rotation? That's up to the people who actually put seed to soil and remember which patch flooded 3 winters ago. Sometimes you look out over the fields, green and gold in their checkerboard pattern, and feel oddly proud. It's not flashy. No cathedrals or castles. Just clever land use, honed by centuries of trial and error, superstition, and dirt under the nails wisdom. You smile, despite the sore legs and the crow currently attempting to steal your lunch from your satchel. Because while it may not be glamorous, the 3-field system means you get more crops with less effort. And in a world where effort never stops, that's a quiet revolution. You're standing in the field, staring at the freshly turned rows. When you hear it, a low, deliberate huff, then another. You turn just in time to see two sturdy oxen lumbering toward you, each moving with the kind of slow confidence that says, "Yes, I am absolutely going to ruin your shoes." These are your co-workers, your medieval tractors, and they don't take breaks unless they decide to. Oxen are the quiet heroes of medieval farming, big, broad-shouldered, and slightly judgmental. They're built for power, not speed. And unlike horses, which are faster but more expensive, and somehow always a little dramatic, oxen are the go-to choice for pulling plows, carts, and your dignity through the muck. You hitch them up with a yoke, a thick wooden bar that sits across their shoulders. It looks uncomfortable, and it is, but they're used to it. Or, more accurately, they've decided not to complain, because complaining would take more energy than chewing cud and glaring at you. The plow behind them is a heavy beast, a combination of wood, iron, and desperation. You guide it, hands gripping the worn handles, while the oxen drag it through the soil, turning the earth with a slow, deliberate rhythm. One step, two. The soil peels back like a blanket being tugged from a very cranky bed. It's beautiful, in a muddy sort of way, but don't let the pace fool you. This is hard work. You're walking behind, in the ruts, steering the plow, keeping the oxen in line, and avoiding large stones that want to introduce themselves to your shins. You murmur to the oxen as you go, not because they understand, necessarily, but because it's traditional, a kind of whispered encouragement, or maybe a threat. The line between those two is often blurry in farming. Some days they cooperate. Other days, they stop mid-furrow to ponder a distant cloud and refuse to move until the cloud moves. 2. There's not much you can do but wait, and occasionally bribe them with a handful of oats. Historians still argue whether oxen were universally preferred or simply more available to most villages. In some regions, horses eventually took over, faster, more agile. But oxen? Oxen were loyal, patient, and significantly harder to accidentally launch into a ditch. You've learned to read their moods. A flick of the tail, a stomp of the hoof. These are the warning signs. You give them space when needed and try not to stand directly behind them unless you're feeling particularly brave or particularly tired. Your hands, meanwhile, are blistered. The plow jerks when it hits roots or old furrows. Your boots are soaked. But the furrows stretch behind you in neat rows, and the field is beginning to look like something with purpose. And when it's time to carry tools, sacks of seed, or harvested crops, the oxen come through again. They pull carts that would take a dozen people to move. They carry logs, stones, even barrels of fermented, don't ask what's in it, pickles down to market. You even name them. Everyone does. They earn it. Maybe one is called Old Bramble because he once wandered into a hedge and refused to come out for 3 hours. Maybe the other's Sister Margaret because she kicks with the same authority as the abbess. You treat them well, feed them, brush them, mutter to them during long walks. Not because you're sentimental. Okay, maybe a little. But because without them, your work would double. And your knees, they'd just quit. There's a certain peace to it. The way the plow digs in, the soft squelch of soil, the oxen's steady breaths. You lose yourself in the rhythm. One row, then another, then a pause to check your boots for worms or contemplate whether that cloud really looks like a bishop. Eventually, you stop to rest. The oxen lower their heads, chewing thoughtfully, possibly judging you for needing a break before they did. You lean on the plow, watching the wind ripple across the planted fields, and realize something. You've covered more ground in less time. Not because you rushed, but because you worked with the land, and with these two stubborn beasts who tolerate you more than they have to. It's not flashy. It's not heroic, but it's farming. And thanks to your plodding, snorting coworkers, it's a little easier than it could have been. You trudge back into the field the next morning, your legs already arguing with you before you've even lifted the plow handle. But today, you're not plowing. Today, you're thinking, planning. Because believe it or not, there's strategy involved in how you plow. Not just that you plow. This isn't mindless zigzagging. It's plowing in patterns. And yes, that matters. You look over your field, still slightly damp with dew and full of yesterday's hoof prints. There's an art to getting this right. If you're not careful, you'll waste time, waste energy, and possibly create a weird mini lake in one corner where the water likes to collect and sulk. So you map it out in your mind. The classic approach, the ridge and furrow system. You plow in long, slightly raised ridges with furrows, trenches between them. Why? Well, for one, it helps with drainage. The ridges rise just enough to keep your crop's feet dry, while the furrows carry away extra water. Your cabbages are much less moody when they're not soaked to their roots. It also helps with warmth. The ridges dry faster after a rain and warm up quicker in the sun. That means seeds germinate earlier and plants grow a bit faster, just enough to matter when you're trying to squeeze a harvest out of unpredictable weather. You mark your starting point, maybe a flat stone or a crooked tree that served as your makeshift compass since the first time you nearly walked your plow straight into the neighbor's fence. From there, you begin plotting a methodical route, not in circles, not at random, but in clean, curved lines that mirror the slope of the land. Because yes, land has a personality. Some fields slope slightly. Some have weird dips. Some are lumpy with the memory of past mistakes. You learn to follow the contour, not fight it. Work with the earth. Bend where it bends. You keep your rows straight, not out of vanity, but because turning the plow is a pain. Every time you pivot the oxen, you lose momentum, and possibly a boot. Straight rows mean fewer turns, smoother work, and less risk of wandering off into a ditch mid-thought. Historians still argue how much of this was deliberate science versus passed-down tradition. But it worked. Medieval fields were not random scatterings. They were organized, efficient, and shaped by generations of muddy trial and error. Some farmers even used the throw-up method, where each successive plowing pass turns the soil inward, building up a natural ridge. Others use cross-plowing, going one direction, then another, to break up tough soil before sowing. It depends on the crop. It depends on the region. And, frankly, it depends on how much you care that day. And here's the secret no one tells you. The patterns look beautiful from above. If you could float, bird-like, over your land, you'd see the long curves and ridges weaving like fabric across the fields. It's farming as geometry, earthwork as quiet art. But for now, you just see soil. Damp, crumbly, full of promise, and maybe a few surprise rocks. You run your hand over a furrow wall, testing the structure. It holds. You nod. It's a good start. A few kids wander by, sent from the village to watch, and maybe help, which mostly means chasing a chicken around and asking questions about earthworms. You don't mind. You remember being that kid. Everything was a wonder, even clods of dirt. You hand one of them a stick and show how to trace a planting line. He takes it seriously, like he's drawing the border of a kingdom, which, in a way, he is. Each row you plow, each ridge you shape, carves the outline of your season's future. The oxen grunt. The breeze picks up. A crow cackles at something only it finds funny. And the lines stretch further across the field, patterned, patient, practical. Because in the end, medieval farming isn't chaos. It's rhythm. It's geometry with a little sweat on it. You follow the land's curve. You leave room for water, sun, and seeds. You build rows that remember rain and furrows that whisper soon. It's not flashy. It's not perfect. But it's just smart enough to feed you. You rest the plow, lean on your knees, and glance over your handiwork. Rows carved, soil turned. The oxen chewing cud like they're supervising rather than working. You wipe your hands on your tunic and reach for your next trusty companion, the humble hoe. Today isn't about power. It's about precision, the fine-tuning of farming. And for that, you need tools. Not flashy, not fancy, but forged from wood, iron, and centuries of this works better than using your bare hands. You set to work with the hoe, breaking up clumps, evening out ridges, and removing wayward roots that threaten to become small trees in their spare time. It's repetitive, rhythmic, almost meditative, until you accidentally dig into something vaguely slimy and decide not to ask questions. The hoe isn't alone, of course. You've also got your rake, your harrow, your sickle, tools with names that sound like they belong in a fantasy novel, but are instead found hanging from a shed made of questionable timber. The harrow is especially satisfying. Imagine a wooden frame with iron spikes, or sometimes just rough wooden teeth, dragged across the field to level the soil and break up clods. It makes a sound somewhere between scratching and hissing, like the earth's getting a very slow back massage. Some farmers drag it behind a donkey or ox. Others do it by hand, grumbling about their shoulders the entire time. Either way, it leaves a smoother, softer surface, ready for seed. You don't have a toolbox. You have a bundle of tools, often handed down from parents or borrowed from neighbors. The handles are worn smooth, the blades slightly crooked, and each one has its own history. One might have a notch from where it once stopped a snake. Another still smells faintly of onions from last year's harvest. Historians still argue over how standardized medieval tools really were. In some regions, they were incredibly refined. Sickles with curved blades designed for specific grains. Spades with ridged edges for heavy clay. In other areas, you used whatever wood and scrap metal you could hammer together after a trip to the village blacksmith, who may or may not be sober that day. And then there's the flail. You don't use it today, but you think about it as you pass the granary. 2 sticks joined by leather. Swing it hard enough, and it beats grain from the husk. Simple, brutal, effective, like medieval farming in a nutshell. You crouch, adjust the soil by hand, and marvel at how much of farming happens inches above the ground. Not up in towers or temples, not in libraries, but here, in the dirt, with calloused fingers and clever tools that haven't changed much in 1,000 years. Then come the baskets, woven from willow, flax, or straw. They're the medieval wheelbarrow, light, flexible, and able to carry everything from potatoes to piglets. You balance one on your hip as you collect stones, weeds, and the occasional mysterious bone that you really hope belonged to an animal. Tool care is also part of the job. You oil the wooden handles, sharpen blades with a whetstone, and sometimes hang them in the rafters to avoid rust. Or mischievous children. Nothing says village emergency like a 5-year-old running through the courtyard with a scythe twice their size. You pause, wipe your brow, and lean your hoe against a fence post. The sun's climbing. You've made progress. The field is starting to take shape. Tidy rows, smooth furrows, the scent of earth rising like a quiet promise. You glance over at your neighbor's plot. He's using a slightly newer design, a heavier plow with an iron coulter blade. You nod at each other across the rows, a silent acknowledgement of mutual suffering and mutual stubbornness. Because these tools don't just save time, they save you, your joints, your energy, your sanity. Every stroke of the hoe, every sweep of the rake, every slam of the flail is a small act of rebellion against the endlessness of farm labor. Sure, you'll still be sore tomorrow. Your hands will look like tree bark by mid-season. But your tools, they work as hard as you do. They carry centuries of dirt, of know-how, of let's not do it the hard way again. You pick up your hoe and smile. Because in the right hands, even a crooked stick becomes a miracle. Your field is finally prepped, furrowed, leveled, rid of the worst of the weeds and most of the mystery bones. You sit on the edge of a low stone wall, nibbling a bit of hard bread and watching the village begin its slow, collective shuffle toward the open fields. Today is a communal day. Because this isn't just your land. Not entirely. Welcome to the open field system, one of medieval Europe's most marvelously inefficient-looking systems that somehow worked for centuries with fewer arguments than you'd expect. Though, to be fair, still plenty of arguments. You look across the landscape and see it. Massive fields with no fences. No neat divisions, just long, narrow strips. Your strip, your neighbor's strip, and a dozen others, each plowed in line and stretching into the distance like rows of agricultural lasagna. Everyone's out here, young, old, wobbly, loud. The man who claims he once wrestled a bear, the woman who can weed faster than anyone you've ever seen, and a child determined to chase geese into every inconvenient direction. The open field system means land is shared, but worked individually. Instead of owning one tidy rectangle of land, you have multiple narrow strips scattered across the larger field. Why? Partly to ensure fairness. If one corner has better soil or gets better sun, everyone gets a piece. No one hogs the best dirt. It also spreads the risk. If part of the field floods, or gets hit by frost, or is trampled by a visiting dignitary's overly ambitious horse, only some of your crops are affected, not all. You head to your assigned strips, seed pouch in hand, ready to begin. Your neighbor, Merrick, waves with one hand while scolding his goat with the other. Classic. There's no real privacy here. Everyone sees your progress, your mistakes, your triumphant carrot harvests. But there's comfort in it, too. You're not alone. If your plow breaks, someone will help. If your oxen wander, someone will find them. If you slip and fall into a furrow, 3 people will laugh, then pull you out. Historians still debate whether the open field system was the result of brilliant planning or just the most functional compromise that arose out of necessity. But it fostered cooperation, whether you liked your neighbors or not. And there are rules, lots of them, agreed upon by the village, enforced by local customs, and the occasional passive-aggressive reminder shouted across the fields. You're expected to sow and harvest at the same time as everyone else. If you delay, it could mess up the whole system, especially if someone's sheep are scheduled to graze the fallow strip right after. Yes, even the grazing rotation is communal. Speaking of sheep, you glance toward the far field where they're already being herded in slow, woolly circles. Their job? Eat weeds, fertilize the ground, and occasionally look offended for no reason at all. There's a rhythm here. Someone sharpens a scythe. A group of kids walks the perimeter to shoo off birds. The elder woman with the permanent scowl inspects furrows like she's choosing a husband. You begin sowing your grain, one handful, then another, scattering it with practiced grace. You've done this before. Your body remembers even if your brain is still half asleep. Every now and then, someone calls out, a joke, a complaint, a weather report based on the behavior of a nearby duck. The communal field isn't just a workplace. It's a social space, like an office. If your office involves significantly more dirt and no walls whatsoever, you finish your strips and stretch your back. Satisfied, you'll be back here soon enough, checking sprouts, battling weeds, fending off rabbits that refuse to respect personal boundaries. You wander down the central path, boots dusty, hands empty. Behind you, the field is a patchwork of effort, some neat, some messy, all alive. And maybe that's the beauty of it. No fences, no secrets, just land, labor, and laughter shared. Because sometimes, the best way to grow food with less work is to grow it together. You wake to the sound of bells, not birds. A slow, measured peal that says, it's time. Not for church, not for dinner, but something far more important. The harvest begins today. Out you go, scythe in hand, boots laced, body already sore just from anticipating what's coming. The field looks different now, no longer freshly furrowed, but standing tall and proud, swaying under the late summer breeze. Stalks of wheat and barley ripple like gold thread under a quilt of morning mist. You nod, stretch, and prepare to turn those golden waves into sacks of bread, ale, and survival. Harvesting isn't glamorous. It's sweaty, repetitive, and fueled by sheer momentum. You start at dawn. You'll go until your arms give out or the light fades. Whichever comes first, you reach for your scythe. It's been sharpened for days, lovingly honed on a whetstone while you muttered tiny hopes into the blade. A good edge means fewer cuts to your hands and more to the grain. You grasp it, step into the field, and begin the ancient pendulum-like motion. Swing, pull, clear, swing, pull, clear. It's less like cutting and more like dancing, with a partner that resists. Beside you, others fall into step. Neighbors, cousins, hired hands. There's no silence here. Harvest is noisy. Jokes are shared. Shouts fly when someone uncovers a sleeping toad. Songs rise, nothing fancy, just the kind that help you remember you're still breathing. This isn't done all at once, either. You plan. You time it. Different crops ripen at different speeds. You start with barley, maybe, or rye. Wheat takes its time. Oats come last. You have to pace yourself, rotate between fields, and guess what the weather might do before it actually does. Historians still argue whether medieval harvests were done methodically or as a race against rot and rain. The answer is probably both. Because the moment those stalks are ready, the countdown begins. One storm, one cold snap, one unexpected fungal guest, and it could all vanish. So you cut, and you cut, and you keep cutting. The scythe's arc becomes familiar, almost hypnotic. You fall into a rhythm that bypasses thought and lives in your shoulders. You wipe your brow with a sleeve that's already soaked and stained. Your hands blister, your knees ache, your shirt itches in 6 new places. And still, you work. When the grain falls, it's bundled into sheaves, tied with twine or twisted stalks, and stacked into stooks. Those teepee-like arrangements that dot the fields like little rustic sculptures. They keep the grain off the ground, dry it out, and make it easier to transport. You glance across the rows and see the land transforming behind you, stalk by stalk. At midday, you break. Everyone collapses on the nearest patch of uncut ground. Out come the crusts of bread, hard cheese, and whatever apples didn't turn mushy in the cellar. There's ale, too, warm, flat, but better than water that's been sitting in a wooden bucket for 3 hours. Someone tells a story about the year it rained every single harvest day, and everyone had to dry grain in their kitchens until mice staged a full-scale invasion. You laugh, because that does sound familiar. Afternoon comes, and the shadows stretch. Your back is a scroll of aches. Your hands are stained. But the field is changing. The golden waves are becoming order. Stooks lean like sleepy sentinels. The air smells different now, like straw, sweat, and quiet satisfaction. You feel it in your bones. The turning point of the year. Summer is slipping. The grain is coming in. The pantry will fill. And, perhaps most importantly, you've earned the right to rest. Soon. Not today, but soon. Some say the harvest is the hardest part of farming. Others say it's the most joyful. You think it's both. It's toil and triumph, labor and reward, blisters and bread. You hoist another bundle onto your shoulder, grin at the goose that seems to be judging your posture, and head toward the next row. Because medieval farmers may not have had machines or miracles, but they had timing. And right now, it's harvest time. The fields have been cleared. The sheaves are stacked. And for one glorious moment, you think, maybe it's over. It's not. Because the harvest might be cut, but it's not safe. Not yet. Before the grain can be stored, milled, or turned into the bread that keeps you alive through winter. There's another job, a less glamorous one, a job that is, frankly, war against nature itself, weeding. Yes, even now. You're not just dealing with leftover stalks and errant straw. You're facing down every creeping, clawing, spiteful weed that dares try to reclaim your field while your back is turned. You trudge back into the field with a smaller hoe this time, or maybe just a small knife, and a large sense of vengeance. The weeds have names: dock, thistle, couchgrass, bindweed, and you recognize them on sight. Some are edible, but most just laugh in your face and keep growing no matter what you do. This is the job no one volunteers for. It's tedious, slow, boring. It makes harvesting look like jousting. And yet, you do it. Because if you don't, the next crop will suffer. The soil will choke. The yield will dip. And all the plowing and sowing and praying will have been for nothing. So you bend. You kneel. You curse softly as a nettle reminds you that plants can, in fact, fight back. And here's the secret you weren't expecting. You're not always the one doing this job. Enter the geese. That's right. In many villages, farmers use geese as weed control. They're surprisingly effective. Turn a gaggle loose in a fallow field, and they'll nibble down anything green without harming the soil. Plus, they fertilize as they go. Mobile lawn mowers with opinions and excellent balance. Historians still argue whether this practice was common across medieval Europe or more localized to specific regions. But the geese work, you watch them waddle between furrows, honking judgmentally. And you start to wonder if they're better farmers than some of the people you know. Sometimes pigs help. 2. They root up weeds and turn the soil, though they're a bit too enthusiastic and have been known to dismantle fence posts, storage pits, and the occasional unattended lunch basket. And for smaller patches, there's hand weeding. You form a line with your neighbors, bent like question marks, combing the soil inch by inch. It's strangely meditative. You stop thinking about the pain in your knees or the crick in your neck. You just move. One plant, then another, then another. Every now and then, someone finds something odd. A pottery shard, an old coin, a bone that no one really wants to identify. There's always a pause, a shared glance, then a quiet, let's pretend that didn't happen. Weeding isn't just physical, it's strategic. You learn which plants to pull, which to leave. Some weeds actually help the soil or deter pests. Others masquerade as useful herbs until they poison your sheep. You spot a tall, spindly invader and yank it out with flair, only to reveal a nest of ants who are very unhappy with your landscaping decisions. You retreat, regroup, and decide that patch can stay wild a little longer. And it's not just the fields. The vegetable garden by the cottage needs weeding. The herb patch, too. Even the pathways start to sprout defiant little tufts that taunt you every time you walk past. But as the sun dips and the breeze cools, you look out over the field, now cleared of weeds and dotted with helpful goose prints. It's not perfect, but it's tidy. Ready? You straighten slowly, bones cracking like dry twigs, and give a nod to your feathered coworkers. One honks in approval, or maybe derision. Hard to tell. You smile anyway, because weeding might be thankless. It might be dull, but it's the invisible thread that ties the whole season together. And tonight, thanks to your hands and a flock of aggressive birds, the soil breathes a little easier. You wake up with a strange ache in your lower back and a very specific kind of dread. The kind that can only mean one thing. It's dung day. That's right. Today, you fertilize. Because all that effort to plow, sow, and weed means nothing if the soil's exhausted. You've taken from the earth all season. Now it's time to give something back. And what the earth really wants is poop. Specifically, animal manure. Cows, horses, pigs, each one offering its unique aromatic signature to your fields in a fragrant mosaic of nutrients and nausea. The richer the muck, the better your crops will grow. You sigh, pull on your boots, and prepare for an experience that your nose will not soon forget. The compost heap, located strategically downwind from anything remotely edible, greets you like an old, smelly friend. Layers of straw, old food scraps, and very committed insects churn slowly in the morning sun. You grab a pitchfork, trying not to breathe too deeply, and begin the laborious process of shoveling the stuff into a wooden cart. It's heavy, it steams, it clings to your boots with unsettling enthusiasm. Once the cart is full, you drag it out to the field, grumbling at every bump and silently cursing the oxen who definitely saw you struggling and still chose to nap under the tree. You start spreading it by hand, forkful by forkful, making sure each furrow gets its fair share of earthy encouragement. Some farmers mix ash into their compost. Others add pond muck. The idea is the same. Replenish the nitrogen, improve the texture, and keep the soil from turning into the kind of dust that politely refuses to grow anything. It's not glamorous. It's not pleasant. But it works. And it's not just fresh dung. Medieval farmers also composted plant waste, kitchen scraps, dead leaves, broken branches. Nothing went to waste. A cabbage gone soft? Toss it on the heap. The end of a leaky leather shoe? Even that might end up decomposing under the pile, giving something back in its final act of usefulness. Historians still debate how systematic this composting was. Some evidence suggests structured routines, especially near monasteries. Others believe it was more intuitive, each village developing its own traditions based on what smelled the least horrifying and worked the best. You finish spreading one load, and already the scent clings to your clothes like an overly affectionate relative. But the earth accepts your offering. In a week or two, you'll till it under, mixing it deep into the soil, letting it settle before next season's planting. And it's not just for crops. Your herb garden loves the stuff. So do your leeks. Even the stubborn carrot patch starts to look more optimistic after a good manuring. You glance toward the chickens scratching around a fresh pile, blissfully unaware of your labor. A pig saunters by, snorting approvingly, probably because he contributed. You nod at him like coworkers who shared a particularly harrowing meeting. Dung isn't the only fertilizer, of course. In coastal villages, farmers used seaweed, which adds minerals and breaks down beautifully. Inland, some collected wood ash, bone meal, or even, brace yourself, urine, aged and diluted for maximum impact. You pause at the edge of your field, shovel in hand, shirt soaked with effort. The air hangs heavy with the scent of potential. It's not poetic, but it's honest. You're feeding the land that feeds you. And tomorrow, when you wash your clothes in the stream, you'll silently hope the ducks don't judge you. Because this is the circle of farming life. You sow, you reap, you return. With thanks, with work, and, occasionally, with a wheelbarrow full of very pungent gratitude. You're up early again, walking the edge of your field. Only this time, you're not here to sow, weed, or spread anything that might inspire gagging. You're here to listen. Because today's task involves something quieter, something clever. Water. You step over a narrow trench that runs like a lazy scar through the grass. This, believe it or not, is irrigation, medieval style. No flashing lights, no pumps or pipes. Just ditches, gravity, and patience. In a world without electric sprinklers or weather apps, managing water meant watching, waiting, and digging a lot. If it rained too little, your crops shriveled. Too much, and the field became a swamp that invited ducks and despair. So, farmers built their own systems. Simple, practical, and effective. This trench, cut weeks ago, collects runoff from a nearby stream. It winds through several plots, splitting here and there with little stone dividers that you and your neighbors adjust as needed. Water for you. Water for Merrick. Water for that patch of onions that insists on being moody no matter what you do. You step onto a little plank bridge and check the flow. Not too fast. Not too slow. Just enough to moisten the furrows without drowning the seedlings. You poke a stick into the current to redirect a trickle toward the far end of your strip. Some farms use wooden sluice gates, crude little shutters made of planks and pegs. Others just use rocks and mud to dam or redirect flow as needed. It's not glamorous, but it works. And when it doesn't, someone gets very wet, and the geese get another reason to laugh at you. But water isn't just about the fields. It's about power, too. Off in the distance, you hear the rhythmic clunk-churn splash of a watermill. One of the manor's pride and joy installations. It sits by the river like a great wooden giant, slowly turning, its wheel paddle scooping up water to drive grinding stones inside. The mill grinds your grain into flour, something that used to take hours by hand with a mortar and pestle. Now, just a sack of barley in, a few heavy turns of the wheel, and flour comes out the other end like dusty magic. Historians still argue whether watermills were widely accessible or mostly controlled by lords and monasteries. The truth probably lies somewhere in between. But if you live near one, and your lord lets you use it, you've basically unlocked a medieval cheat code for food prep. And then there's the windmill. Less common in your region, but you've heard stories. A tower that captures the sky itself, its sails turning in the breeze like an enormous mechanical bird. In flat, breezy areas, it's the only way to get enough torque to grind grain or pump water without relying on streams. The engineering isn't simple. Carving paddles, aligning gears, building shafts that don't snap the first time the wheel jerks in a storm. But the payoff? Huge. One windmill can process enough flour for an entire village. You stop at a bend in the irrigation ditch and kneel. There, just under the surface, are tiny tadpoles wriggling like punctuation marks in the mud. Life swarms where the water flows. Your soil drinks deeply. Your crops stretch a little taller. Your future, for now, floats. You don't just control water. You court it. You coax it. You read the land and know when to open a trench, when to block a flow, and when to let the field lie thirsty, just for a day, to strengthen roots. And when the rains come, as they always do, you catch what you can. Rain barrels under eaves, ponds dug in hollows, channels etched by hand and hope. A flood is a disaster, sure, but a managed flood, that's free irrigation. You rise, stretch, and scan the sky. Gray clouds linger like gossip. Maybe rain, maybe not. You adjust the sluice, double-check the trench, and pat a stone into place. Because in a medieval world, every drop counts. And sometimes, growing more food with less work means simply knowing how to let water do the job for you. It's just past sunset, and you're dragging a sack of grain across the courtyard, boots scuffing, arms complaining. The harvest's been threshed, the flour's been ground, and now the question becomes, where do you put all this stuff so it doesn't turn into mouse food before winter? Storage. Welcome to the less glamorous, but absolutely essential side of medieval farming, because you can grow all the food in the world. But if you don't store it properly, you'll be eating regret by candlelight come January. You reach the granary, your pride and joy. If such a title can be applied to a wooden shed with a slightly tilted roof and a suspiciously squeaky door. It's raised off the ground on stone pilings to discourage rodents, though the mice are nothing if not ambitious. The walls are vented to keep the air moving, and the floor is strewn with mint leaves because your grandmother swore it kept weevils away. It doesn't, but it smells nice. You hoist the sack into a bin and open it. Dry, golden grain, still warm from the sun. You run your fingers through it like a miser counting coins, listening for the telltale crunch that says, no bugs yet. Next to the grain, a small mountain of turnips, then carrots, then onions, all tied together in braids and dangling from hooks like some sort of savory chandelier. Each has its place. Each has its trick. Root vegetables go into cellars. Cool, dark, and ideally drier than your cousin's sense of humor. You dig into the earth, line the walls with stone, and keep the bins off the floor. Straw insulates. Ventilation matters. Mold is your eternal nemesis. The apples go in last, layered between leaves and straw in barrels, rotated occasionally to stop them from sulking and rotting in protest. Then there's the smokehouse. You head over to check it out, slipping through the curtain of oily scent. Here, your meat hangs on hooks. Pork, venison, the occasional goose that lost an argument with the cook. The fire pit below smolders constantly, its low heat preserving everything while lending that deep, smoky flavor that hides, shall we say, uncertainties in freshness. Cheese, in the pantry, salted and waxed. You flip them every week so they age evenly. Butter gets sealed in clay pots and buried in the coolest part of the cellar. It's not perfect, but it'll last a few months if the mice don't form a union and mount a heist. And let's not forget pickling. You've got jars of cucumbers, cabbage, onions, sitting in brine so strong you can taste it through the air. Vinegar and salt do their work, like quiet alchemists, keeping vegetables crisp and tangy deep into winter. Historians still debate whether medieval storage methods were driven more by science or superstition. Likely both. You've been told not to store onions next to apples, lest they argue all night and spoil each other. No one really knows why, but everyone agrees not to risk it. You have jars sealed with wax, casks of ale stored in the coolest corners, even a basket of dried herbs hanging in the rafters. Basil, sage, rosemary, all curled and dusty, but ready to flavor a stew or fend off a minor ghost, depending on your needs. Everything has its ritual, its order. The difference between feasting and famine could be whether you rotated your barrels or remembered to check for signs of dampness. One leak in the roof and a season's worth of rye becomes a breeding ground for every mold species known to man. and at least one that hasn't been discovered yet. You light a small lantern and take a final walk through the storeroom. The sacks are stacked, the barrels sealed, the ropes tied. The air is dry, the floor is clean-ish, and nothing seems to be moving that shouldn't be. You exhale, shoulders dropping. This is security, not stone walls or swordplay, but cellars full of food, smokehouses full of meat, and shelves full of jars that promise soup on a January evening. Because growing food is half the battle. Keeping it, that's where the real magic begins. You're not in the field today. You're in the barnyard, scratching your head as a chicken glares at you like you've insulted its lineage. Which you probably did. Out loud. Just now. Because today, it's not about plows or tools or storing grain. It's about the animals, and not just feeding them. No. Today, you're letting them work for you. This is where medieval farming gets clever, because in between the hoeing, sowing, and frantic weather guessing, your animals are doing far more than simply being cute and edible. They're part of your labor force, and in some cases, they might actually be outworking you. Take pigs, for instance. You've got a few, likely black or reddish-brown, snorting around near the compost heap with the self-satisfaction of creatures who know they'll find something to eat eventually. They're not picky. They root through scraps, devour fallen fruit, and even turn over the soil as they go, digging their little snouts into the earth and breaking up clumps in the process. Yes, your pigs are aerating the soil. For free. With built-in shovels for faces. They also clean up the orchard floor, munch on kitchen waste, and leave behind helpful fertilizer, which you now recognize in great detail after last week's dung day. Then there are the sheep, not just for wool and the occasional stew, but also for keeping pasture grasses in check. You move them from field to field, nibbling down weeds between harvest seasons. Their tiny hooves press seeds into the ground. Their droppings enrich the soil. Their bleating provides a comforting background hum of existential confusion. Cows? Sure, they provide milk. But they also pull carts, trample weeds, and create paths through brush that you'll later follow like leafy highways. Plus, they're warm on cold nights. Farmers have been known to bunk near their cattle for heat. It's not glamorous, but hey, it's a big, furry space heater with eyes. Chickens? You love them and hate them in equal measure. They eat bugs, especially the ones that go after your crops. They peck through the garden like tiny, feathered pest control units. But they also dig up your seedlings, steal your berries, and act like divas the moment you touch their eggs. Ducks do similar work in wetter areas, patrolling rice paddies or marshy gardens, slurping slugs and flapping indignantly at nothing in particular. Geese, of course, are multi-purpose. They weed, honk, fertilize, and guard your barnyard like angry, honking dogs. There's nothing quite like seeing a fully armed knight backpedaling from a goose with murder in its eyes. Historians still debate how consciously medieval farmers designed this animal labor ecosystem. Was it strategic, or just practical adaptation? Probably both. You work with what you've got. And what you've got is a barnyard full of multitaskers. There's even evidence that some fields were specifically left to pasture not for rest, but so animals could do their thing. Eat, fertilize, trample. Then, a year later, you plant, and the soil practically sings. You remember a trick from your neighbor's grandfather, tossing a mix of old grain and herbs where the chickens roost. They scratch and peck, unintentionally planting seeds, which then sprout after a bit of rain. You tried it once. It worked too well. And now the hens think they're gardeners. And of course, all of these animals end up feeding you meat, milk, eggs, hide, bones. But until that day comes, they're part of the team. You treat them well, talk to them when no one's looking, and maybe knit a ridiculous hat for the goat just to annoy Marek. You lean against the fence, watching the animals move. It's like clockwork. Chaotic, noisy, slightly ridiculous clockwork. But it works. Because medieval farming isn't just hard labor. It's partnership. Between you, the land, the weather, and the wonderfully weird animals that do half the work while pretending not to notice. You pass under the cool stone archway of a high-walled complex, boots echoing on the packed earth. It smells faintly of beeswax, bread, and a hint of incense. This isn't your village? Not exactly. It's the local monastery. And today, you're here to learn something. Because if anyone in medieval Europe figured out how to grow more food with less effort, it was the monks. Monasteries weren't just spiritual sanctuaries. They were also agricultural powerhouses. Behind the silence and the chanting was a humming network of orchards, vineyards, fish ponds, and fields that ran with the quiet efficiency of divine bureaucracy. You walk past rows of perfectly aligned herbs, sage, lavender, dill, all nestled in raised beds made from weathered timber. Bees buzz lazily over thyme flowers. A young novice tends to the leeks, his robe hitched up, his expression somewhere between peaceful and absolutely over it. Here, farming is science, prayer, and scheduling rolled into one. The monks have records, written ones. They track planting dates, weather patterns, and even experiments. If you've been guessing when to sow your barley based on how itchy your ear gets on cloudy mornings, the monks are using calendars, star charts, and a little Roman math to get there first. You wander past an apiary. Their bees are neatly housed in basket-like skeps, woven from straw. Nearby, an older monk is bottling honey with the reverence of someone preparing medicine, which, to be fair, he is. Honey's used for healing wounds, preserving fruits, and sweetening porridge in a world where sugar is still a traveler's tale. Monastic farms also have fish ponds. Actual man-made bodies of water, carefully stocked with carp or eel. During fasting days, which, let's be honest, are pretty frequent. The monks avoid meat, but feast on fish with zero guilt and impressive creativity. You peer into one of the ponds, spotting a few lazy ripples. Somewhere in there is dinner, and a long tradition of clever loopholes. Then there are dovecotes, towering structures where doves nest and roost, providing meat, eggs, and extremely potent fertilizer. One monk nods toward a round tower filled with fluttering wings and murmurs something about holy droppings. You don't ask for clarification. Historians still debate just how widespread these monastic innovations were. Some argue that monasteries acted as models for local farmers, trickling down knowledge. Others believe the cloistered world kept much of it internal. But whether directly or not, their influence shaped rural life. They were often the first to adopt new crops. Spinach, maybe, or try improved tools, a better plow blade, a faster scythe. They experimented with crop rotation, cover crops, composting, even water wheels for grinding grain. You follow a cloaked brother into a small enclosed garden, a hortus conclusus, they call it, symbolic, peaceful, and practical. It's a space for both prayer and parsley. Here, they grow medicinals, comfrey for healing, fennel for digestion, wormwood for, well, no one's quite sure anymore. But it smells like something you'd find in a wizard's pantry. And it's quiet. Beautifully quiet. The kind of calm that makes you wonder why you spend so much time arguing with chickens back home. You spot another monk sketching something in a small book. A diagram of a vineyard? Maybe. Maybe just a particularly well-shaped beet. Doesn't matter. He's observing. That's the key. Monastic farming succeeds because it pays attention to soil, to weather, to time. You head toward the outer wall and catch a glimpse of their storage shed. Clean, elevated, organized. Baskets sorted by crop. Tools hung like relics. You feel a strange pang of envy and maybe inspiration. You'll definitely try to organize your shed this winter. Maybe. The bell rings for vespers, and the monks begin to drift away, robes swaying. You linger for a moment longer among the rows of lavender, the distant clink of tools, the low hum of bees and blessings. Because while your world runs on muscle and habit, theirs runs on rhythm and reflection. And sometimes, the quietest farms grow the most. You walk home from the monastery with your head full of ideas, raised beds, fish ponds, maybe even training your chickens to be less judgmental. But when you step back onto your own field, the sky is doing that peculiar thing again, bruising purple at the edges, air thick with the smell of turned earth and something faintly electric. You stop, inhale, tilt your head just so. Yes, this is definitely moon weather. You chuckle, because that's not a thing. Not officially, not in any monk's neat little farming journal. But for you, and for most of your neighbors, it absolutely is. Because while you've picked up a few tricks from the monks, and a few more from sheer trial and error, most of your instincts come from something older, quieter, stranger, the feel of farming rather than the facts. You farm by gut, by rhythm, by signs. And tonight, the moon is waxing, which means, according to village wisdom, it's a good time to plant leafy crops, spinach, cabbage, lettuce. Why? Well, the theory goes that as the moon grows, so too does anything that grows up. As it shrinks, root vegetables, those that grow down, take the lead. It doesn't make perfect sense, but then again, neither does your neighbor's weather-predicting cat. And that thing's been right more times than the parish priest. You pull out your pouch of seeds and look at them with something approaching reverence. Because seeds are magic. Potential wrapped in husk, whether they flourish or flop, depends not just on soil and sunlight, but on timing, luck, and whatever strange forces linger in the air when the moon is round and your nose itches just so. You remember the sayings, don't sow beans on a rising moon. Turn your compost when the wind smells of copper. If the cows lie down at midday, rain's coming by dinner. Historians still argue whether these folk beliefs were meaningful systems or just comforting rituals. But out here, under the open sky, they feel real. When a raven circles twice, you don't question it. You plant an extra row of barley, just in case. You've seen the omens. A double-yolked egg? Lucky. A flowering thistle before midsummer? Trouble? A frog in the well? Could go either way. Depends on whether it's croaking or sulking. And let's be honest, sometimes instinct outpaces information. You feel when the soil is ready. You sense when rain is coming, without checking, that this season will be shorter, meaner, or more generous. There's also that time you dreamt about carrots, planted them the next day, and had the best yield in 5 years. Was it science? Divine inspiration? Coincidence? Doesn't matter. You still sleep with a carrot under your pillow during planting week. Even your tools join the ritual. You don't lend your favorite hoe out during the waning moon. You whisper thanks to your scythe when it glides through wheat like butter. And you once swore a rake worked better after you buried it in the ash pile overnight. Don't laugh. It did. You pass your herb patch and pause at the rosemary. It's said to grow best where a woman rules the household. Yours is thriving. You make a mental note to tell your partner she owes you half a stew for that observation. Superstition? Maybe. But it guides your hand when the books don't. And on days when the clouds roll in sideways and the wind smells like something ancient, you trust the signs. You have to. Because medieval farming isn't just about systems. It's about feeling your way through fog, listening to soil that doesn't speak, reading a sky that writes in riddles, knowing when to act, when to wait, and when to throw salt over your shoulder and hope the cabbage sprouts anyway. You plant a row of lettuce as the moon climbs higher. Silvery and silent, you pat the soil with a little extra care, a little extra faith, and as you turn to head back inside, you feel the breeze shift, just a little. You smile. Tomorrow will be good. You wake up late today? Sun, already casting warm gold over the treetops. The field outside your window, sighing with that soft stillness that only arrives after the last chore has been done. And for once, it's not yelling for your attention. The plowing is finished. The grain is threshed. The storage bin's full. The root cellar lined like a medieval pantry dream. Even the geese are unusually quiet. They've judged enough for one season. You stretch, roll your shoulders, and for the first time in months, realize you don't have to rush. This is the rarest moment in medieval farming. The lull, a slice of slow time between harvest and winter prep. And while there's always something to do, repair that fence, finally patch the roof, find out why the south gate creaks like a dying goose. There's nothing screaming urgent. You step outside. The air is cooler now, the kind that bites gently at your cheeks but still smells faintly of apples and turned earth. The fields lie quiet, a patchwork of stubble and promise, resting beneath a blue sky that's finally run out of weather tricks for the season. And you might just take it easy today, because medieval farmers, despite the back-breaking work and the never-ending cycle of chores, knew something important. You have to rest too, not just because you're tired, but because the land does. Because rhythm is everything, and even toil needs its offbeat. You stroll past the compost heap, still steaming, still smug. Past the herb garden, now sleepy and browning, and into the small pasture where your goats blink at you like you've interrupted something profound. One of them burps. Philosophically, there's bread cooling on the windowsill, cheese aging in the pantry, and a stack of firewood tall enough to earn your neighbor's quiet jealousy. You've done enough for now. You sit on a low stone wall, just watching. No plan, no list. Just the soft sounds of chickens pecking at invisible worries, and a breeze that has nothing urgent to say. This is part of the system, too. The pause, the slow stretch between effort and effort. It's when you mend your boots, carve a new handle for the hoe, tell long, winding stories by the fire, and start thinking about next spring in that dreamy, optimistic way that forgets just how sore your back was during sewing. Work smarter, not harder. That's what your uncle used to say, while definitely not helping you lift anything heavy. But he wasn't wrong. You've learned to space your efforts, to rotate crops, to share tools, to lean on the goose patrol instead of micromanaging weeds yourself. You've learned to read the signs, to trust your gut, to ask the moon for planting advice, and then double-check it with the cat. You've worked alongside monks, oxen, clouds, and compost piles. You've figured out which row gets shade at midday, and which one the chickens have claimed as their gossip corner. And you've done it all by being practical, observant, and just the right amount of superstitious. Historians might marvel at medieval innovation. The three-field system, the windmills, the grain storage. But here, on your wall, sipping warm cider and watching the world exhale, you know the real secret. It wasn't just the tools, or the oxen, or the monks with their orderly gardens. It was the rhythm, the instinct, the wisdom passed in muddy boots and off-key lullabies. It was knowing when to plant and when to stop, when to dig and when to rest. And today, you rest. The wind slows. The fields blur at the edges, gold melting into blue. Your thoughts wander, like smoke from a chimney, curling, rising, drifting. You've done enough. The seeds are down. The grain is in. The barns are full. The geese are, for once, quiet. Let your breathing match the stillness now. In, out, like the rhythm of a scythe, swinging, like the oxen's slow steps across furrows long harvested. The sun lowers behind the trees. The air cools further. The chickens huddle together. Even the goats tuck their heads in and dream of whatever goats dream of. Your fingers rest. Your boots are kicked off. The soil no longer calls. Not tonight. Not for a while. Let your body relax, softened by the weight of a season well spent. Let your mind quiet, as if you finally laid your rake down beside the fence and decided to listen, not speak. Because farming, like sleep, is a cycle. And now, it's time for you to settle into yours. Close your eyes. Drift with the wind. Let the soil sleep. Let the moon rise. Let yourself rest. What couldn't owners do to slaves in medieval times? Hey guys, tonight we're stepping quietly into the shadowy edges of medieval life. Not into the courts of kings or the echoes of battlefields, but into something quieter, heavier, and more complicated. The world of slavery in the Middle Ages. It's not a topic people usually pick for bedtime stories, but tonight, we're easing into it gently, carefully, with a focus not on cruelty, but on boundaries, on limits, on the surprising things that even a slave owner couldn't legally or morally do, no matter how much power they thought they had. You're standing on a dusty village road in the 12th century. The fields stretch wide. The bells in the church tower ring slowly, and near the manor, a handful of people are working. You can't tell who's free and who's not just by looking. And that's the first twist in this tale, because in the medieval world, slavery didn't look like the stark, racialized system of later centuries. It was patchy, region-specific, and deeply entangled with local customs. In some places, you were called a serf. In others, a thrall. In cities, maybe a bondservant or a familia member. The words change, the conditions shift, but the common thread, ownership, or something very close to it. Still, even in this unequal world, there were things you couldn't do to a slave. Surprising things, quiet limits, tucked into dusty charters, church rules, or whispered customs passed down through fields and kitchens. In early medieval Europe, slavery hadn't disappeared after Rome. It just changed shape. You could be born into it, captured in war, or sold into it during hard times. And yes, you could be bought and sold. But, and this is key, you weren't entirely without rights. In some cases, the church stepped in. A slave couldn't be made to work on Sundays. If they were baptized, hurting them too severely was a sin, and sometimes a crime. Killing a baptized slave? That could land you in serious trouble. Not always. Not everywhere. But the law, or at least the church, saw a soul there. That meant something. You walk past a pair of women drawing water, one free, one not, but both speak with the same tired cadence. They both share gossip. They both roll their eyes at the steward, and behind their murmurs is a truth. Even within bondage, people lived, negotiated, resisted in small, quiet ways. The law was a patchwork. In Anglo-Saxon England, for instance, slaves had market value, but killing one meant paying a fine. Not because they were property, but because it disrupted the social order. In early Christian kingdoms, manumission, the act of freeing a slave, was praised. Some rulers freed their slaves on their deathbeds to save their souls, and so, paradoxically, the institution of slavery often came with rules to limit the worst impulses of those who wielded power. Could a master starve a slave? Not without consequences in many places. Could they mutilate them? In some regions, that was enough to have their land seized or their name shamed in church. It wasn't equality, not even close, but it wasn't lawless either. Historians still argue how effective these protections really were. Did they save lives? Or just soothe the consciences of nobles and clergy? Did they prevent cruelty, or simply reshape it into quieter, more acceptable forms? You reach the edge of a village and hear the faint sound of evening prayers. Somewhere, a candle is lit in a window. A slave might be lighting it, or a servant, or a peasant who technically has freedom, but very few choices. The line between them all blurs, and that's where we begin. Not with what was done, but with what couldn't be, with the strange, flickering limits on ownership in a world that was still learning to define it. Because even in an age of chains, not every door could be locked. You wake to the smell of wood smoke and the gentle squabble of chickens outside your cottage. The morning is slow, thick with dew and the sound of footsteps on packed earth. Today, you're headed into the village, not to trade, not to visit, but to sit in on a hearing, not yours. Thankfully, it's about a man named Osric, and whether he's a slave or something else entirely. You pull your cloak tight and make your way down the muddy path, wondering, as everyone does, where the line is drawn. Because in this world, the legal categories aren't neat. A person could be a slave, or a servant, or a serf, or technically free, but functionally bound. And very often, no one agrees which one is which. Osric was born on an estate, not sold, not captured, but inherited along with the sheep and the cellar keys. He tills land he doesn't own, pays rent he can barely afford, and can't leave without permission. But is he a slave? Not quite, because slavery in medieval Europe had regional flavors. And not all unfree people were considered chattel, property. Some, like Osric, are villains, legally tied to the land, not the person. He's not owned. He's obligated. He has duties, rents, and restrictions, but also certain protections. His lord can't sell him to someone in another county. He can't be traded for a barrel of wine. He belongs to the estate, not the man. It's a subtle distinction, but in medieval law, it mattered. And in Osric's case, it means his lord may have overstepped. The village reeve reads a complaint aloud. Osric's lord tried to sell his labor to a nearby monastery, arguing that Osric's children and their children should also belong to the monks. Osric objected, quietly, then louder. And now, here you all are, under a thatched roof that leaks slightly at the corner, listening to three men in patched wool debate medieval definitions of personhood. The law is surprisingly specific in many parts of Europe, particularly after the 9th century. You couldn't sell certain classes of unfree people outright. Serfs had customary rights, access to land, legal recourse, even inheritance, within limits. You could fine them, tax them, beat them with restraint, but you couldn't treat them like cattle. Actual slaves, thralls, in Norse culture, had fewer protections. They could be bought, sold, or traded. But even they weren't completely disposable. Certain religious laws forbade separating slave families. Some customs required consent or a ceremony for manumission. And crucially, some regions required that the sale of a human being follow formal procedures, not backroom handshakes. Historians still argue how rigid these classifications really were. Did most people know their exact legal status? Or did they simply exist in a web of obligations and expectations that shifted depending on who was watching? You shift in your seat as Osric's cousin speaks. She claims her own lord once tried to fine her for leaving the village, but backed down when she cited the old charter that granted her grandfather partial freedom. She doesn't have the charter, of course. It was lost in a fire, or a storm, or a dispute involving a goat and some unfortunate stew. But she remembers. And in this world, memory matters almost as much as documents. Eventually, the reeve rules that Osric is not a slave. He is bound, yes, but not owned. His lord cannot sell his labor beyond the estate. He must still pay his dues, still obey his curfew, still get permission to marry, but he cannot be sold. And that, in this quiet, smudged corner of the world, is a victory. You walk home slowly, feet heavy with thought. In some parts of the world, slavery is brutal and absolute. But here, in your village, it's more like a net, tight, tangled, but not total. People like Osric slip through, or stretch the cords, or tug gently at the edges of the system. The sky darkens. The hearth glows. You sit beside it, turning over the day's words like coals. Because even in a world where some men are born beneath others, there are things, certain things, that even the highest lord cannot do. The bell from the village chapel tolls slowly, echoing over the rooftops and fluttering through the fields like a tired bird. It's not a feast day, not a funeral, just a reminder. Morning prayers. And whether you're a knight, a farmer, or a bound servant tied to someone else's land, the rhythm of the church is the rhythm of your life. And if you're a slave in medieval Europe, the church might be your only shield. You make your way down the slope toward the small stone chapel, its wooden door still swollen from the last rain. You know this place, not for its grandeur, but for its power. Because here, even slaves had something close to a voice. Not a loud one, not always a successful one, but a presence. Because as odd as it may sound, the church in many parts of medieval Europe wasn't just a pillar of power. It was sometimes a barrier, however fragile, between the enslaved and total exploitation. You find a spot on a worn bench near the back and listen to the priest recite familiar Latin phrases. The flickering candles throw dancing shadows on the stone walls. In this quiet, it's easier to remember. By the 9th or 10th century, canon law, the church's own legal system, had started laying out some surprisingly progressive ideas about what could not be done to enslaved people. Could you own a person? Technically, yes, but could you kill them without consequences? No, at least not without risking the wrath of both earthly judges and heavenly ones. The church saw all people, slave or free, as souls, and souls were under divine protection. If a master murdered his slave, he could be excommunicated, denied communion, buried outside the cemetery walls. In some places, he could even be tried in an ecclesiastical court and ordered to pay penance, make offerings, or free other slaves as restitution. And what about mistreatment? Well, that got murkier. You couldn't deny a slave the sacraments, baptism, marriage, burial. Once baptized, a slave was officially part of the Christian community. That didn't mean freedom, but it did mean their life had religious value. Their suffering, in theory, mattered to the church. You look up at the simple stained glass window, red, green, and blue panes forming the outline of St. Martin dividing his cloak. Fitting, a saint known for mercy, now watching over a world where mercy is rationed like winter grain. In some regions, slaves were required to have Sundays off, not out of kindness, but because the Sabbath was sacred. A master who forced a baptized slave to work on Sunday might be fined, or scolded in the pulpit, which, let's be honest, was sometimes worse. Public shame traveled fast in villages, where everyone shared one communal stew pot and knew who stole whose turnips. Historians still debate how effective these rules were. Did they really protect people? Or just soothe the conscience of a church that didn't quite want to condemn slavery outright? Some say the laws were symbolic, rarely enforced. Others argue they laid the groundwork for gradual social change, seeds of reform planted long before anyone called them that. What's clear is this: even the most powerful lord had to at least pretend to respect church authority. If a slave fled to a church and clung to the altar, they might be granted temporary sanctuary. Not always, but often enough that it became custom. Some monasteries even encouraged manumission, the freeing of slaves, as a pious act. Wealthy landowners might free a handful of slaves in their wills, hoping to balance their cosmic books before Judgment Day. A rich man might spend a life commanding others, but in death, he'd want clean hands. You step out of the chapel as the service ends, eyes adjusting to the soft gray sky. The people around you shuffle toward their work, their families, their obligations. Among them are slaves, servants, and freedmen, all carrying burdens, all carrying souls. And in this tangled, uneven world, the church may not have erased bondage, but it couldn't ignore it. It shaped it, caged it a little, gave it rules. And even the smallest rule, one day of rest, one warning against cruelty, was a crack in the armor of total control. Because when the altar speaks, even the master must sometimes listen. The path to the manor winds uphill, flanked by low stone walls and half-wild hedgerows. You're not heading there as a guest. Not exactly. You're there to observe. Word has spread. A slave has died. And not of illness or age. He was beaten. And the master's temper, which flared hot and often, went too far. Everyone's murmuring, quietly, carefully. Because here's the strange, naughty truth. Even in a world where owning people is legal, killing them often isn't. You join a small crowd near the outer hall, where the reeve and two local freemen are waiting. The Lord is there too, pale and stiff. He isn't worried about the dead man, at least not openly. He's worried about the bishop's clerk, who's just arrived from the next parish over, boots dusty and brows drawn tight. In early medieval Europe, masters had the power of ownership, but that power had limits, especially when it came to life and death. And this case is testing them. You watch as the clerk questions the servants. Was the man baptized? Yes. Had he been beaten before? Yes. Were there witnesses? Yes. But not the kind eager to speak up. The clerk writes in slow strokes, quill scratching like a whisper. It's easy to forget. In a world full of feudal obligations and rigid hierarchies, that there were still laws. And while enforcement was uneven, harsh on the poor, soft on the powerful, certain lines were drawn. If only in faint chalk, killing a slave wasn't just a personal loss. It was a public disruption. Someone's property, yes, but also someone's soul. And, inconveniently for the killer, a Christian soul, baptized, named, buried in churchyard soil. That changed things. In some parts of medieval Europe, a master who killed his own slave had to pay a fine, called a wergild. This wasn't unique to slaves. Wergild applied to all deaths, like a menu of human value. A freeman's wergild might be high, a noble's astronomical. A slave's lower, but not zero. In Carolingian law, a master who killed a slave without due cause could owe money to the king or the church. In some regions, he could even be excommunicated. That meant being barred from communion, confession, burial rites. You became a walking shadow, cut off from the divine. Historians still argue how often these penalties were applied. Did they protect lives? Or just serve as economic deterrents, a warning not to damage valuable property too carelessly? The records are murky, but the principle is clear. Killing without process, without justification, was dangerous, even for a lord. You glance at the clerk, now listening to a young boy who saw the whole thing. He talks in fits and starts, clutching a wool cap in both hands. His voice is small, but his words carry weight. And the Lord? He looks nervous now, defensive. He insists it was discipline, necessary correction. The slave had insulted him, raised a hand, disobeyed an order, but no one seems sure. And the bruises told their own story. The clerk makes a note. He'll report back to the bishop. Maybe the church will demand a penance, maybe a donation, maybe a quiet, enforced retreat. to a monastery for a year of prayer and reflection. Not justice, perhaps, but not impunity either. You think back to stories told by candlelight of masters forced to free all their slaves after a killing, of villagers who refused to work for a man with blood on his hands, of ghosts, pale and silent, seen wandering near manor walls after violent deaths. Because even when the law falters, memory lingers. And in these tightly woven communities, where everyone depends on everyone else for bread, warmth, and survival, reputation matters. You walk away as the clerk gathers his things. Behind you, the manor stands quiet, a little less proud than it did yesterday. And as the wind shifts, carrying with it the faint scent of candle wax and smoke, you're left with one simple, heavy truth. Even in a world that permits ownership, not all acts are permitted, not even murder. The morning is crisp, the kind that makes your fingertips sting just enough to remind you you're alive. You stand at the edge of a field, watching a man push a cart loaded with baskets. He's slow but steady, his shoulders hunched with more than just weight. He's a slave. But today, like most days, there's a rhythm to his movement, a schedule. Because while he doesn't own his time, his labor has limits. And in medieval Europe, those limits, however vague or fragile, mattered. You follow him down the track toward the manor's grain sheds. It's a harvest day. Yes, but it's also Saturday, which means, like most villagers, free or unfree, he's working only a half day. It may surprise you, but even enslaved people in many medieval societies weren't expected to labor from sunrise to collapse every single day. There were customs, boundaries, certain rhythms no master could easily ignore without facing unrest, resentment, or, occasionally, legal trouble. For instance, Sundays. Canon law forbade most forms of labor on the Sabbath. You couldn't plow, thresh, or even fetch firewood without risking a priestly scolding, or worse. That protection extended to everyone: lords, tenants, and yes, slaves. So, when the bells rang on Sunday morning, even the unfree found stillness. Feast days, too. There were dozens. Saint days, local holy days, weddings, harvest festivals. All of these carved out little slices of rest in a world that otherwise demanded a body's full effort. A slave might still be summoned for small tasks, but not full field work, not publicly, not without notice. And then there were the seasonal lulls: winter, when fields slept beneath frost, or midsummer, after sowing, but before harvest, when the land took a breath, and so did its people. You pass by a group of men mending a fence. One grumbles that he's owed an extra loaf of bread for helping beyond his regular hours. He's half joking, but only half, because even among the enslaved, there were expectations. You gave your labor, but not without boundaries. Historians still debate how strict these labor limits were. Did they apply universally, or only to certain regions, estates, or faith-bound communities? The answer, like most things medieval, is it depends. In some places, charters outline specific workdays, 3 days a week, or 6 days a year for plowing, or harvest help in exchange for tools. Lords push the line often, but rarely without pushback. And here's the quiet reality. If a master demanded too much, things broke, a servant got sick, A tool mysteriously disappeared. An ox wandered off. A field didn't get sowed on time. Resistance wasn't loud, but it was steady. And lords learned, over time, that predictable labor was better labor. You watch the man with the cart finally reach the shed. He pauses, wipes his forehead, and shares a crust of bread with a boy who's been trailing behind him. They talk quietly, something about the sky, or the clouds, or the geese. Then he turns and walks slowly toward the edge of the manor lands, toward a narrow strip of soil that's his, or, more accurately, the one he's allowed to tend for his family. Because even slaves, in some places, had garden plots, small, hard-earned, a few rows of leeks or beans, maybe a goat. These weren't gifts. They were concessions, quiet acknowledgments that people need rest, space, dignity, however slim. You turn back toward your own path, passing a stable boy asleep in a pile of hay, his boots still muddy from the morning shift. No one bothers to wake him, because sometimes, even in a world bound by chains and custom, not working is part of survival. And though the system was cruel, its survival often hinged on giving its workers, enslaved or not, just enough breath between burdens. Not kindness, but space. And sometimes, that's the start of change. It's a market day, and the village square is alive. Chickens are arguing in baskets. Someone selling turnips with suspicious confidence, and 3 minstrels are competing to see who can sing the worst ballad the loudest. But among the noise, you hear something softer, laughter. A small child is chasing another around the legs of a woman stacking wool. They tumble. They squeal. The woman doesn't scold. She smiles. They're a family. And here's the twist. She's a slave. But she's also a mother, a wife, a person with attachments that, legally or not, mean something. Because in the Middle Ages, even the unfree could love, marry, and raise children. And surprisingly, there were rules about that. You step aside to avoid a cart full of cheese and find yourself beside a young man cradling an infant. The child reaches for your cloak, curious. You smile and move on, thinking, not about freedom, but about family. Because even in a world that allowed slavery, not everything was under a master's control. Marriage, for example. In many parts of medieval Europe, enslaved people could marry with permission. It was often required that both partners belonged to the same estate or the same master for practical reasons. After all, owners didn't want to manage divided households or pay to transport spouses between distant lands. But once married, that union held weight, not always legally binding, but socially, spiritually, and even economically respected. The church stepped in again here. Marriage was a sacrament. If a slave was baptized, married in the church, and living faithfully with their spouse, even the most iron-fisted master couldn't separate them without raising eyebrows. Or worse, getting called out from the pulpit. Of course, it happened. Slaves were sold. Families were split, but not always. And in some cases, laws stepped in. In Visigothic Spain, for instance, the law explicitly forbade separating slave families without cause. In early medieval France, lords could be fined for selling a man's wife or child separately. In England, Some serfs could appeal to keep their family intact, or even negotiate with a lord to keep children on the same estate. Historians still argue whether these protections were honored. Some say they were symbolic, offering false comfort. Others point to case records where communities defended family units, where monks intervened, or where lords quietly backed down. You pass a shrine where a few women, free and unfree, light candles side by side. You think of the stories whispered by firesides, of lovers who ran away together, of wives who worked extra hours to buy their husband's manumission, of children raised on a patch of land the size of a doorway, fed with hope and stolen apples. Family was resilience. It gave enslaved people roots, meaning reasons to endure. Masters knew this. Some used it as leverage. Others respected it, grudgingly, practically, or even tenderly. And for the enslaved, family was one thing that belonged to them, even when ownership touched everything else. You head back through the market as the sun begins to dip. That child from earlier is napping now, curled against his mother's side. She's bartering for onions, holding him with one arm, haggling with the other. Someone nearby hums a lullaby. It's off-key, but it makes you pause, because even in a system that claimed bodies, hearts still made their own quiet contracts, and sometimes even slavery had to step aside for love. The sky this morning is that uncertain gray that says something's coming, though it doesn't specify what. Maybe rain, maybe wind, maybe trouble. You're headed toward the edge of the estate, along a narrow path flanked by hedges that seem to listen. Word has it someone ran away. Not a serf, but a slave. Gone in the night. Took nothing but a cloak and a loaf of rye. By all logic, the village should be in uproar. But it isn't. There's no hunting party, no dogs, no panic, just quiet surprise. Because here's another strange truth about medieval slavery. Running away wasn't always treated like high treason. In fact, depending on the place, the time, and the mood of your master, it wasn't always considered a crime. You duck beneath a low branch and imagine what it must feel like walking away from the estate. No money, no passport, no map, just instinct and fear, and the faint hope that wherever you're going, it'll be better than what you've left behind. In some parts of Europe, fleeing slavery meant a life in hiding. In others, it meant you had a chance. A small one, but still a chance. Take medieval England. There. If an escaped slave or a fugitive serf managed to live in a chartered town or city for a full year and a day without being claimed, they could be declared legally free. Urban freedom by attrition. It sounds romantic, doesn't it? Like a quiet loophole carved into the stone of the law. You reach the edge of the woods and see a small shrine, nestled among ivy. Someone's left bread there. A sign? A blessing? Or just an offering for the person who fled? Historians still debate how often these escapes were successful. Some lords turned a blind eye, especially if the slave wasn't particularly valuable or troublesome. Others saw it as a direct challenge and reacted harshly, but not always with violence. Sometimes they negotiated, promised lighter duties, gave extra food. The logic was simple. Chasing a runaway cost time and coin. Retaining labor was easier than replacing it. And here's the twist. Some escapes were temporary. A slave might vanish during planting season, hide out in the woods or a cousin's barn, and return after the pressure passed. Not as rebellion, exactly, but as survival. A form of protest the body could still manage when the voice could not. You pass a shepherd who nods silently as his dogs circle the flock. He points toward the hills and mutters, "If she makes it to the abbey, they won't return her." And he's right. Sanctuary, the church again, monasteries, nunneries, and even parish churches sometimes offered refuge, especially to the baptized. A runaway slave who reached sacred ground might be granted temporary shelter. A bishop could intervene. A priest might argue that repentance earned mercy, and if the Lord demanded their return, well, the church didn't always say yes. The woman who fled last night, yes, it was a woman, was said to have been threatened with sail, south, toward the coast, away from her children, away from everything she knew. She didn't scream. She didn't protest. She just left. You stare at the horizon, half hoping to see her silhouette walking free along the ridgeline, cloak flapping like wings, because in this uneven, brutal world, escape wasn't always punished. Sometimes it was simply possible. And in the Middle Ages, that was more than enough to try. The bells are ringing again. This time, not from the village chapel, but from the abbey just over the hill. You follow the sound through the fields, past the hedgerows, until the stone walls of the monastery come into view. It's a place of silence, mostly. But today, there's a quiet hum of activity. A baptism is about to begin. You settle among a group of villagers gathered under the cloister's eaves, watching as a small child is brought forward, wrapped in a plain linen cloth. A priest murmurs the prayers. The font glistens in the soft light. The water touches the child's brow. And just like that, they are a Christian. You glance across the courtyard and see the child's mother, a woman in rough wool, hands folded, eyes fixed on the scene. She's not a guest. She's not free. She's a slave. And yet, here she is, watching her child receive a ritual that, in theory, levels all souls. Because in the logic of the church, baptism changed everything. And for slave owners, that was a problem. You see, medieval Christianity taught that baptism erased sin. It brought the soul into the church. It made one, spiritually at least, equal in the eyes of God. And that meant certain things could not be done to a baptized person, not without consequence. You walk slowly through the cloister, listening to the echoes of soft chanting and feet on stone. In some regions, baptism gave enslaved people limited protections from abuse. A baptized slave could not be sold to a non-Christian. They could not be used for certain kinds of labor on holy days. They could not be denied the sacraments if they died unburied or without confession. It reflected poorly not only on the master, but on the entire estate. And here's the tricky bit. Conversion sometimes planted a seed of doubt. If all Christians are one body, part of the same holy community, how could you own part of the body of Christ? That question made masters nervous. Some discouraged baptizing slaves altogether, fearing it would make them harder to control. Others embraced it as a symbol of good governance, or because they truly believed it was their duty. But once done, it changed the game. You pass a carved relief near the chapel entrance, St. Peter freeing a prisoner from chains. The imagery is obvious. The priest who baptized the child earlier pauses beside you, notices your gaze, and murmurs, "We are all born to be free, just not in this world." You're not sure if he's quoting scripture or just hedging his bets. Historians still argue about the real impact of baptism. Did it make life better for enslaved people? Did it lead to freedom more often? Or was it mostly symbolic, a spiritual balm over a worldly wound? There are cases, though, records, letters from bishops who demanded a Christian slave be freed as an act of penance, wills where masters promised manumission after baptism, even court cases where a baptized slave's mistreatment sparked outrage. In Eastern Orthodox regions, entire categories of household slaves were expected to be baptized and treated as members of the household faith. In the Latin West, some cathedrals kept lists, libri baptismorum, with the names of the enslaved. To be recorded was to be recognized. You watch the mother approach the font now, kneel, and touch the water that still lingers there. Her fingers trace a small cross on her child's forehead. Her lips move, not loudly, not for anyone else to hear. Maybe it's a prayer. Maybe it's a promise. You turn to leave, the scent of beeswax and incense trailing behind you. Outside, the air is cooler, cleaner. The fields stretch out, full of labor yet to come. And somewhere within those fields, enslaved people move through their days, still bound, still owned, but baptized, which means their souls belong to no master, not anymore. The midday sun is hot enough to turn the dust into a slow, floating haze. You're resting near the edge of a grain field, watching a row of laborers stoop and rise. Stoop and rise. Some are free, some are bonded, and one man, broad-shouldered, silent, is known to be a slave. You've seen him before. Works hard, rarely speaks. But today something's different. He's limping. A dark welt shows through a rip in his tunic, and everyone pretends not to notice. Except you do, because you've been paying attention, and you know something others might forget. Not all punishments were allowed. Even a slave had limits on what their master could do. You rise and walk slowly toward the shade of an oak, passing a small shed where tools hang in a crooked row. A whip rests against the doorframe, old leather, cracked, maybe ceremonial, maybe not. In the medieval world, punishment was expected. Lords disciplined their household, including slaves, the same way they governed their land, with rules, routines, and sometimes force. But there were boundaries, unwritten in some places, carved in parchment in others. Mild beatings, tolerated. Shame-based punishments, common. But maiming, cutting off ears, branding with hot irons, crushing fingers, was often seen as going too far. Not because of kindness, but because of value. A crippled slave was less useful, less profitable. And so the system protected itself by protecting the body, at least in part. In Carolingian law, for example, a master who mutilated a slave without cause could be fined. In Byzantine codes, harming a slave in certain ways required compensation or confession. The church frowned upon unnecessary cruelty. Priests preached mercy. Bishops warned that brutality endangered souls, both slave and master. You sit beneath the oak, the breeze light and irregular. Across the field, the man with the limp rests against his hoe. His face is unreadable. but his silence speaks. You think of other stories, of masters punished for using red-hot irons, of clerics who intervened when a slave's hands were broken in anger, of towns where slaveholders faced public penance for disfiguring a child servant. Historians still argue how consistent this enforcement was. Did lords really fear consequences? Or did they simply fear scandal? Perhaps both. The reality is likely muddy, like the rest of medieval law. But one thing is clear. Extreme violence risked drawing attention, and attention meant interference. And then there's branding, once a Roman punishment, later discouraged. In many Christian regions, marking the body with ownership symbols was condemned. The church taught that every person bore the image of God. To scar that image was to insult the Creator. A theological loophole, but a powerful one. In parts of Northern Europe, slaves who were burned or permanently injured could appeal for freedom. A risky move, sure, but not impossible. Some won. Some were manumitted to avoid further scandal. Some simply disappeared. You glance at your hands, imagining the marks others might bear, some hidden beneath sleeves, others hidden beneath silence. Even verbal abuse had boundaries. In monastic households, humiliating a slave could draw reprimand from the abbot. In royal courts, slapping a slave without cause was frowned upon, especially in public, because in a deeply hierarchical society, face mattered, dignity mattered, even borrowed dignity, lent by proximity to power. Back in the field, work resumes. The man with the limp returns to his row, shoulders forward, no complaint, no protest. But someone, another laborer, quietly hands him a strip of linen, a bandage, maybe, or just a gesture. And that's the thing. In a system built on ownership, there were still lines, thin, often invisible, but real. Some masters crossed them, others tiptoed close, but the lines existed. And sometimes, when a hand lifted a whip too high, the law, or the church, or the village lifted a finger in return. Not always, but sometimes. You've come to the outskirts of the nearest town today. Wide cobbled streets, the smell of barley ale and roasting onions, and the unmistakable buzz of a market in full swing. But this isn't just any market. This one sells more than goods. It sells people. You don't see chains, not openly. But here and there, the signs are unmistakable. A boy standing quietly beside a merchant's wagon, eyes down. A girl in clean linen offered as part of a household lot. A man, older, hands bound lightly with rope, as if more for display than security. It's uncomfortable, and all too real. Medieval Europe, for all its piety and pageantry, had slave markets, though not everywhere, and not always by that name. But here's the question lingering in your mind as you pass the stalls. Were there rules? Could a person be bought or sold however the seller liked? The answer, surprisingly, is no, even here, even now. There were boundaries, rules that told slaveholders what they couldn't do in the buying and selling of human lives. You pause near a stall where a man is arguing with a clerk. He's brought someone to sell, but there's a dispute. No paperwork, no witnesses. The sale is halted. Because yes, even this transaction needs proof. In many parts of medieval Europe, slave sales were governed by contract law. There had to be a written record, witnesses, an oath. Sometimes, the buyer had to guarantee that the person was not already baptized, or if they were, that the sale didn't violate church restrictions. A slave couldn't be sold into non-Christian lands without a bishop's approval in most Latin Christian regions. To do so was to risk excommunication or legal trouble. Christian slaves, in particular, were supposed to be kept within Christian territories, a way of preserving their souls, if not their liberty. Certain people also couldn't be sold at all, depending on region. For example, some towns had statutes that banned the sale of children under a certain age, or of individuals who were related by blood. In some Islamic regions, similarly, the sale of Muslim slaves to Christian buyers was illegal, and vice versa. In cities like Venice or Genoa, where slaves were bought, sold, and shipped like so many bolts of cloth, legal contracts specified age, health, and religious status. Buyers could return a defective slave. Sellers were required to disclose if the person had run away before. It sounds like commerce. It was, but that commerce had red tape. Historians debate whether these rules were meant to protect the enslaved or simply the owners. Likely both. A botched sale created legal headaches. A scandalous one drew clerical rebuke. You pass a scroll posted outside the city gate, proclaiming a list of forbidden market practices. One line reads, "No slave may be sold who is under the protection of a monastery or holding a writ of penance." Protection again. Paper thin, perhaps, but better than none. Inside the market, a girl is sold alongside a chest of linen and a butter churn. But her brother is not included. The buyer protests, the seller frowns, and the town steward intervenes. He quotes the city's merchant code. No sale may divide immediate kin unless both parties agree. The rule doesn't always stop such separations, but today, it might. You walk on, past booths stacked with wool, jars of honey, clay pots. The chatter fades behind you, because in this place, people can be traded, but not entirely at will. There are still lines drawn in ink, in faith, in fear. Sometimes they're smudged. Sometimes they're ignored. But every now and then, a line holds, and someone, somewhere, gets to stay a little more whole. The evening settles in slowly, staining the sky a gentle plum, softening the edges of stone walls and thatched roofs. You're walking the outer ring of the village now, where the houses sit farther apart, where the hearth smoke rises slower, heavier. You pass one cottage where laughter echoes faintly through a half-open shutter, and then fall into silence when you hear a woman cry. You stop, not because it's unusual, but because it isn't. She's a slave, and the man inside, her master, believes her body is his, too. But here's what most people don't talk about. Even that had limits. Because while medieval slavery was brutal, the law, especially the church's law, did attempt to draw a line around the bodies of enslaved women. You move on, slower now, until the cottage is behind you. It's difficult to speak of, this part of history, but necessary. Because power, especially absolute power, often disguises its worst abuses as rights. And yet, in many corners of medieval society, rules emerged to say, this is not yours to take. In Christian Europe, the church taught that all sexual relations outside of marriage were sins: lust, fornication, adultery. That included with slaves. A lord who forced himself on an enslaved woman could, in theory, be excommunicated. If she became pregnant, he might be expected to acknowledge the child. In rare but real cases, those children were freed, educated, or even brought into the household, not as slaves, but as kin. Of course, this system wasn't built to protect her. It was built to preserve the soul of the man. But by doing so, it occasionally offered her shelter, however flawed. In parts of Italy and Spain, canon law courts took up cases of sexual abuse, often initiated by the church rather than the victim. Monasteries intervened. In some regions, bishops ordered reparations or required forced marriages between owners and enslaved women to correct the sin. You step onto a narrow bridge and lean over, watching the stream below ripple like whispered words. You think of stories, half remembered, half told, of enslaved women who appealed to priests, who bore children that resembled men in power, who were sent to nunneries for their safety, or hidden away to prevent scandal. Historians still debate how widespread these interventions really were. Were they justice or damage control? The answer depends on where you look and who got to speak. In the Islamic world, similar rules applied. A Muslim master could not touch a Christian or Jewish slave woman unless she converted first. In some cities, contracts explicitly banned the sexual use of enslaved women, especially if they were purchased for domestic labor. The law recognized the possibility of abuse, even if it rarely punished it consistently. And then there were the women who resisted. Some feigned illness, some fled. Some found protection under the veil of religion, literally. Becoming a nun didn't guarantee safety, but it redefined your body as sacred. In some towns, slave women fled to convents or begged for placement in the church's care. They weren't always accepted, but sometimes they were. You climb the hill toward your own cottage now, the moon rising like a silver coin in a deep pocket. The wind picks up. You pull your cloak tighter and glance back toward the house where the laughter stopped. And you remember, even in the darkest corners of history, people reached for limits, for rules, for a way to say this far, no farther. It didn't always work, but the lines existed. Sometimes they were written in law. Other times, whispered in prayers. The wind tonight is sharp, curling under your collar and flicking at your ears like a mischievous spirit. You're walking along the edge of the manor's garden walls, the fields dark behind you, and up ahead, you see the small chapel, candles flickering through its narrow windows. But you're not heading inside. Not yet. You're thinking about freedom. Not dreams. Not fantasies. But real, legal manumission. The act of freeing a slave. Because despite the weight of the system, despite everything you've seen, there were people in the Middle Ages who found a way out. And just as important, there were rules about how and when owners could say goodbye. You find a low stone bench near the chapel and sit. The night is quiet. The moon is full. You remember the stories of old men freed on their deathbeds, of loyal servants granted liberty for faithful years, of children born into bondage but released before adulthood. And beneath every story is a pattern, a limit on how long someone could be held. In many medieval societies, manumission wasn't rare. It was expected, respected, even. Some lords freed slaves as a religious offering, an act of piety meant to clean the conscience. Others did it in their wills, as part of a final reckoning. I, Henry of Thornbridge, do free Elric the thrall. Words written on parchment, stamped with a seal, handed to witnesses. In some places, a slave could earn manumission by labor, working a set number of years, purchasing their freedom in installments, offering a child in exchange, a tragic bargain, but a real one, or simply surviving long enough to see a master's favor shift. There were ceremonies, too. A man might be freed in the sight of the church, with a priest present, prayers read, a hand laid on the head like a blessing. Some wore a new garment to mark the moment, a cloak, a tunic, a hood, something that said, I am no longer yours. Historians note that Roman traditions of manumission influenced medieval ones. A freedman might owe continued service or partial rent. They weren't always truly free, more like semi-free. But the legal difference mattered. It gave them standing, rights, a voice, however soft. In cities, guilds sometimes accepted freed slaves. Not all. And not quickly, but it happened. A freed woman might marry a craftsman, run a tavern, raise children who would never know the inside of a slave pen. A freedman might join the militia, become a clerk, or take vows in a monastery. There were limits, of course. Some freed slaves still owed loyalty to their former masters. Some had to leave the region, and not all manumissions were respected, especially if the freed person rose too high, too fast. You lean back and look at the stars, ancient and indifferent. Somewhere above you is the idea of liberty. Somewhere below you is the echo of footfalls, the freed walking into a life they once only imagined. Back at the manor, a steward reads a scroll by candlelight. A man is being freed tonight, not in person, but on paper. He's not present. He's gone, run off years ago. But the Lord, on his deathbed, has decided to forgive him, to release him, to let the record show that he is no longer property. Maybe it's guilt, maybe grace, maybe fear. You watch the steward sign the name slowly, fold the parchment, seal it with wax. It's done. Somewhere. A man who still fears pursuit is no longer hunted. He's just free. Because even in a system built on ownership, freedom was possible. Not easily. Not often. But possible. And sometimes, written in ink, morning light cuts through the mist like soft gold. You're heading toward the town again, following the winding path that snakes through hedges and over a quiet stream. Birds call in short bursts. A dog barks somewhere far off. But the town gate ahead is still. You pass through it without fanfare. A few shopkeepers are setting up, buckets splashing as they rinse the night away. You nod to the guard, half asleep, and find your way to the square, where the first sun hits the cobbles. And you think about something strange. Slaves couldn't always be treated the same way in towns as they were in the countryside. In some places, they weren't allowed at all. Because while rural lords held wide power over the people on their estates, the towns, the free towns, had rules of their own. Rules that, in some cases, protected slaves and servants better than the noble courts ever did. You stop near a public well, where two women are drawing water and gossiping freely. One is a servant, the other, clearly, is freeborn. But they speak as equals, because here, within these town walls. The lines are just a little blurrier. In many parts of medieval Europe, especially as urban centers grew, local governments began to assert independence, not just from kings and lords, but from the old systems. Town charters sometimes banned slavery outright, or at least limited a master's ability to enforce it. If a slave entered a free city and lived there undetected for a year and a day, they might be legally considered free. It was a loophole, yes, but one powerful enough that lords hated it. Some posted signs, others hired bailiffs to recover runaways. But if a town backed the refugee, too bad. You think of Lübeck, or Ghent, or York, towns with guilds, with merchant councils, with mayors who didn't answer to barons. Towns where slaves found work, allies, anonymity, where they paid tax, pledged loyalty, and earned, over time, a new name. Historians still debate how intentional these protections were. Were the towns truly anti-slavery, or just anti-lord? Probably both. Cities relied on trade, labor, order. They didn't want feudal disputes cluttering their streets. A runaway slave wasn't property. They were a potential taxpayer. And so, town laws grew teeth. A master couldn't just barge into a merchant guild hall and drag someone out. He needed papers, proof, a case. And if the town council said no, that was the end of it. You stop at a baker's stall and watch him shape dough with practiced hands. A boy helps him. Maybe a son. Maybe a ward. The boy's wrists are scarred, faintly. You wonder where he came from. You wonder if he, too, passed that quiet test. 1 year, 1 day. Some cities posted it openly. Freedom to any man who labors here for a year and a day unclaimed. It became legend, a beacon, a promise carved into stone and memory. And towns were good at memory. They recorded everything: trades, marriages, disputes, debts. If a former slave wanted to join a guild, it was hard, but not impossible. Some became apprentices, some opened shops. A few, over generations, became wealthy enough to forget their origins entirely. You pass a scribe's shop. In the window, a charter, wax sealed. Inside, it says something simple. This city belongs to its people. That didn't mean all people, of course, but it meant more than it did outside those gates. Because inside city walls, lords held less sway, and for the enslaved, that meant a chance. Not a guarantee, but a chance. To stay, to work, to vanish. Or, better yet, to be seen. You're back in the village now, seated near the hall where disputes are heard. Minor ones, mostly. Fences, chickens, whose pig dug up whose carrot patch. But today, something unusual is on the docket. A man in rough clothes, hands calloused, stands before the reeve. He's not a noble. He's not free. He's a slave, and he's here to sue his master. You lean forward, quietly stunned. Because this isn't just rare. It's something many people believed couldn't happen. But it could, because even in the rigid social hierarchy of medieval Europe, even with ownership stamped onto bodies and names, there were some moments when a slave could speak, could appeal, could demand justice. The reeve listens as the man speaks, his voice steady, his tone careful. His master, he says, beat him without cause, denied him food for days, kept back wages owed for extra work during harvest. And this village, like some others, has a custom. If a slave serves faithfully for long enough, they are owed certain rights. One of them is the right to be heard. In parts of Europe, especially as feudalism matured, enslaved or bound individuals were sometimes allowed to bring complaints, not as equals in the court, but as petitioners. Their word mattered less than a freeman's, but it mattered. You watch the reeve question the master, who stands with arms folded and a face made of stone. He denies nothing, claims the punishments were deserved, that the man was insolent, that the hunger was corrective. But now, he has to answer in front of others, in front of peers. And this is where the lines begin to shift. In Anglo-Saxon law, a slave could sometimes appeal directly to a king's reeve or local lord. In Frankish territories, certain slave categories, especially those tied to royal or ecclesiastical lands, had protections that allowed for grievance hearings. In some church holdings, abuse of an enslaved person could trigger an investigation by the bishop's agents. Historians still argue over how effective this was. Were judgments ever made in favor of the enslaved? Records suggest that, yes. Sometimes, fines were issued, promises were made. In rare cases, the slave was granted manumission as recompense. You glance around the room. Most faces are skeptical. A few sympathetic, one or two openly scornful. But no one laughs, because whether they like it or not, they all know this man is within his rights. In some cities, slaves could appeal to municipal courts, especially if they were being illegally detained, sold across borders, or mistreated in violation of town statutes. In canon law courts, enslaved persons could sometimes appear as witnesses or even plaintiffs in matters related to church property or abuse by clergy. You remember a tale from another village, a kitchen slave who filed a complaint when her master struck her during Mass, not because of the pain, but because it was done on holy ground. She won. He was fined. The slap cost him 4 pigs and a full season of cider. Today's case ends less dramatically. The master is warned, told that further mistreatment will require penance and possibly a visit from the local abbot. He scoffs, but the message is clear. The man, he's not freed, not even compensated, but he was heard, and in this world, that's no small thing. You step outside, blinking at the afternoon sun. A crow lands nearby, head tilted, watching. You wonder what it saw. Just another man, or a crack in the order. Because even systems built on silence sometimes make room for a voice. And even a slave, once in a while, can speak with the law behind them. The sun is setting behind the trees now, casting long shadows across the village green. You're walking slowly, no rush, no destination, just tracing a path that feels familiar. One you've walked through harvests and holy days, storms and stillness. And tonight, the air is full of something quieter than usual, a kind of closure, because for all its weight, this history has a shape. It moves. And now, it's time to watch where it ends. Or, at least, where it begins to dissolve, because slavery in medieval Europe didn't vanish in a flash of morality or revolution. It faded, slipped, shrunk into something that, while still unjust, became harder to maintain. You're passing the old mill now, wheels turning lazily in the twilight, water glinting. In the distance, smoke drifts from chimneys. Children shout one last time before being called in, and just beyond, in a field gone gold with stubble. Someone whistles a tune older than memory. Slavery's end wasn't a grand decree. It was a shift, legal, religious, economic. And it started, strangely enough, with the very rules that once bound it. You see, the more laws that tried to regulate slavery, what owners couldn't do, who they couldn't sell, what punishments crossed the line, the more those laws chipped away at the practice itself. What began as ownership became management. What began as total power became shared control between lords, priests, councils, customs, and eventually, people started asking, if I can't kill, sell, maim, or separate at will, do I really own them at all? You remember the church's role, slow but relentless, encouraging manumission, praising the freeing of Christian souls, baptism after baptism, turning property into parishioners. You remember the towns, protecting runaways, offering wages, writing charters that said, you live here, you're one of us. You remember the courts, small and flawed, but open, letting a slave speak, and most of all, you remember the people themselves, the woman who fled in the night and found sanctuary, the man who limped into the field but worked his plot with pride, the family at the market, laughing in spite of everything. They weren't waiting to be rescued. They were shaping their own freedom, 1 inch at a time. Historians trace the decline of slavery in Europe from the 11th to the 14th centuries. Not everywhere, not evenly, but the practice gave way to serfdom, then to wage labor, then to something messier. People still suffered. Hierarchies remained, but outright ownership became harder to defend. By the later Middle Ages, slavery had shrunk to the margins, replaced by contracts, obligations, and debts. Not freedom, exactly, but not chains, either. You turn toward your cottage now, lantern light flickering in the window. Behind you is a world you've walked through slowly, a world of walls, but also cracks in those walls. A world of power, but also pause. A world of silence, but sometimes a voice. And now the night is deepening. The sky above turns to velvet. The stars arrive one by one. No hurry, no noise. The wind slows, brushing gently over rooftops, through grass, across the backs of sleeping oxen. You're inside now, seated near the hearth. The flames are low. Your hands are still. Your breath moves in a soft rhythm, like the rise and fall of furrows in a resting field. Everything feels quieter here, not just the room, but the history, as though it's tucked itself into bed alongside you. Stories folded neatly beneath your pillow. Let your thoughts slow now. Let the sharpness soften. The echoes of past voices, faint but kind, trail off like footsteps down a long hall. You've walked through centuries tonight, through fields and chapels, through kitchens and courts, through boundaries that hurt and boundaries that held. Let that journey settle. Let the old world lie still. And as you close your eyes, remember, even in the darkest systems, there were cracks where light slipped in, rules that bent toward mercy, people who reached toward dignity. You don't need to hold it all now. Just breathe. Let the past become weightless. Let the night wrap around you. Let sleep find you, quietly, kindly. You're safe. You're still. And you've heard enough for today.